Hello, everyone. I'm here to help you sleep today. So, before you fall asleep, I'd like each of you to leave a comment saying which part of the world you're listening from. Also, give the video a like and subscribe to the channel if you're enjoying the episodes, okay? Let's relax and get started. I woke up, and I knew something was wrong before I opened my eyes. That sounds dramatic, but it's the only honest way to describe it. You know how sometimes you wake up and your body just tells you something isn't right? It wasn't a noise. It wasn't light. It wasn't anything I could point to. It was a heaviness in the room, like the air had changed while I was asleep. I lay there for a minute, maybe two, completely still, just listening. The house was silent. Not the normal kind of silent. The kind where you're holding your breath and you don't know why. I turned my head and saw the window. It was fogged over completely. Not patches, not streaks. The whole pane, corner to corner, like a huge cold breath had been held against the glass all night. That's not unusual in my house. It's an old place, single glazed in the bedroom, and I'm rubbish at remembering to turn the heating down before bed. I've woken up to a fogged window more mornings than I can count. So that wasn't the problem. The problem was the oval. In the middle of all that fog, at exactly head height, there was a perfect clear patch. A smooth oval, about 18 inches tall and 12 inches wide. And through it, I could see the garden, the fence, the overgrown bit by the shed, the gray sky, all crisp and clear, framed in that shape. I lay there staring at it, and the thought that hit me before I could stop it was, that's where someone's face would be. If someone was standing out there, looking in. That's the exact height. I got up slowly. I didn't want to walk to the window. I wanted to get there without any sudden movement, like if I was careful enough, I wouldn't disturb whatever had made that shape. That makes no sense, I know. But it's how I felt. When I reached the window, I stood in front of the oval. It was level with my eyes. Not my mouth, not my forehead. My eyes. I leaned in close and looked at the glass. I expected smudges, marks, anything that would explain it. There was nothing. The glass in that oval was completely clear. Not just clear, though, dry, bone dry. The rest of the window was dripping. Water was beating and running down the pane in little rivers, but that oval was like the glass had never touched moisture, and it was cold. I put my hand flat against it, and it was freezing, colder than the fogged parts, even though it should have been the same temperature. Dry and cold on the same window. I still can't explain that. I tried wiping the fog around it with my sleeve. The condensation smeared, obviously, but the edge of that oval didn't blur. The water just wouldn't go near it. It stopped, in a line, as clean as if someone had cut it with a blade. That's when I looked down and noticed the grass. Through the oval, directly below the window, there was a dark shape on the lawn. I couldn't see it clearly from that angle, but it looked oval, about the same size as the clear patch. The grass there was flattened, darker, pressed down. I pulled on jeans and a hoodie and went out the back door. I didn't put shoes on. I was in my socks and the ground was freezing. But I couldn't wait. The grass under the window was wet, because it's England and it's always wet in the morning. But the oval in the middle of it was different. The grass inside that shape was pressed flat, like something heavy had sat there for a long time. And there were no footprints. Not one. If a person had stood there, there'd be prints, mud, something. There was nothing. The grass was flattened, but it was a smooth, even pressure over the whole shape, like a heavy weight had been placed on it and lifted straight up, and in the middle of that oval, the grass was dry. I knelt down and touched it. I can't even tell you why I did. The grass around it soaked my fingers immediately. The flattened grass in the oval didn't. It felt dry and brittle. I ran my fingers along the blades, and they didn't spring back. They stayed flat, like they were refusing to recover. I pulled out my phone and took a photo. I crouched down so you could see the grass oval in the foreground and the clear patch in the window above. I checked the screen. It was all there, clear as day. The fog, the clean oval in the middle of it, the dry flattened patch below. The edges of that grass oval were so defined they looked like they'd been cut out with a cookie cutter. No transition at all. I stood there for a long time, long enough that my socks got soaked through and my feet went numb. I kept looking from the window to the grass and back, trying to make it fit something normal. A cat? A fox? They'd leave footprints. A person? Same, and there was no way to make the window work. Condensation doesn't clear like that. It leaves streaks, droplets, marks. This looked like the wet had been removed, sucked off the glass. But the worst part, the thing that actually scared me, it was the feeling that I was too late. Standing there, I had that buzz at the back of your neck, the one you get when you walk into a room and just miss someone. Like all the evidence was still there, but the person had gone. I kept expecting to see someone come around the corner of the house. I kept listening for footsteps. Nothing. The street was quiet. All the neighbors' houses were still dark. It was just me and this thing that had happened and left. I went back inside after a while. I made a cup of tea and sat at the kitchen table and looked at the photo on my phone. I zoomed in. The flattened grass all lay in the same direction, pressed down even and smooth, and the oval on the window was level with my eyes, which meant it was level with the eyes of anyone standing on that grass patch. But that didn't make sense either, because the grass is below the window and the window is above the ground. For someone to look through that gap, they'd have to be, I don't know, tall or not standing. I keep going back and forth on it and it never resolves. I spent the rest of the morning going over it. The sun came up and the condensation faded. I watched it happen from the kitchen. The fog on the bedroom window shrank into droplets, then into nothing, and the clear oval disappeared with it. I went back outside. The sun was drying the lawn, and the flattened oval was slowly blending in, losing its edge. By mid-morning, you couldn't tell anything had been there. I got a tape measure and measured the grass oval while I could still see its outline, 20 inches by 12. The window oval was 18 by 11. Close enough that I didn't need a ruler to know they matched. I didn't leave the house that day. I'd taken the day off work, which I've thought about a lot since. If I'd had to go in, I might have missed it entirely, or seen it only in the final minutes before it faded. But I didn't. I had the whole day to sit with it. I kept going upstairs and standing at the bedroom window, looking down at that patch of grass. The feeling never went away. Every time I looked at it, that same buzz at the back of my neck. The sense that I'd just missed something. That it had been there, watching me sleep, and I'd somehow sensed it at the last second and woken up, and by the time I was awake enough to look, it was already gone. By the evening, the condensation was back on the window, like it always is. Everything had returned to normal. If it weren't for the photos, I'd have convinced myself I'd dreamt it. But I've got the photos. I've got them on my phone. I look at them sometimes, and they make me feel sick in a way I can't describe. The edges are too smooth. The grass is too flat. The glass is too dry. It's not natural. I know natural. I've seen fogged windows my whole life. This was different. This was made. This was deliberate. And the message of it, if you can call it a message, is what's been keeping me up at night. That oval was exactly where something would need it to be. to look at me, to watch me while I slept. And I woke up at the wrong moment. Or maybe the right one. I don't know which, and that's the part that keeps me awake. I went to bed that night and didn't sleep. I kept looking at the window, expecting to see the oval again. It didn't come back. But the feeling did. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it. That shape, that perfect patient shape, like it had been there for hours before I woke up, like it had been waiting. I'm telling you this because I need to put it somewhere. The name's Darren, not that it matters. It's been a couple of weeks now, and I still check the window every morning before I do anything else. I check the grass. There's never anything, but I know what I saw. I've got the photos. I've zoomed in on the dry glass, the flattened grass, the impossible edge of that shape. And I still can't explain it, not any part of it. All I know is that something was there that morning. Something stood at my window and watched me. And I woke up just in time to see where it had been. I just didn't wake up in time to see it. Story 2. My name's Callum. I'm writing this out because it's been stuck in my head for weeks now, and I need to get it down somewhere. If you're reading this, you probably have your reason to be on a site like this. I don't. I'm not into anything paranormal. I don't believe in ghosts. I'm a landscape photographer. I trust what I see and what I can capture on a camera. And this morning, my camera and I disagreed about something so badly that I still can't wrap my head around it. It was the middle of March, a Friday. I'd been watching the forecast all week because the conditions were supposed to be perfect for sunrise shots on the moor above the valley. Clear skies, light wind, cold air. The kind of morning that gives you clean light and sharp detail. I'd been meaning to photograph that ridge for a while, so I set my alarm for 3:30. When it went off, I actually got up without hitting snooze, got dressed and drove out. It's about 40 minutes from my flat to the lay-by where you park for the footpath. The roads were empty. I saw one set of headlights the whole way. I parked, got out, and the first thing I noticed was the cold. Not freezing, but that damp cold that goes straight through you. There was frost on the grass by the cattle grid. The sky was clear and full of stars. No wind. I could hear my boots on the gravel, and that was about it. I do this walk a lot. It's a path I know so well I don't even have to think. You cross the stream at the bottom, follow the fence line past the ruined bothy, then climb the last stretch to the plateau. There's a boggy bit in the middle where you have to stay right, or you'll go in over your ankle. I used my head torch for the first part, then switched it off when I got higher, because the sky was starting to lighten. I remember checking my watch around then. It was just past 5, still well before sunrise. When I got to the top, I stopped to catch my breath. That's when I noticed the silence. I know that sounds vague, but listen. A moor at that time of day is never silent. There's wind moving through the grass. There are birds. There are sheep somewhere. There's the distant hum of the motorway down in the valley. It's all low level, but it's always there. That morning, there was nothing, absolutely nothing. I could hear my own breathing, and I could hear a weird ringing in my ears, like the tone you get in a soundproof room. It was so quiet that I actually looked around to make sure I wasn't going deaf. I didn't dwell on it. I had work to do. I was setting up my tripod, getting my camera ready when something caught my eye, off to my left, a little south of east. I turned my head, and I saw it. A vertical column of light, maybe 200 meters away, standing on the open moor and going straight up into the clouds. It was thin, about the width of a door, pale, like the color of a fluorescent tube near the end of its life, but fainter. Not bright enough to be electric, but sharp enough to be perfectly clear, and it went from the ground all the way up into the low cloud cover. I couldn't see where it ended. It just disappeared into the gray and kept going. I froze. Crouched on the ground, one hand on the tripod, just staring at it. I remember thinking, that's not possible. I remember searching for a normal explanation before I'd even finished taking it in. Reflected car headlights. A beam from a lighthouse somehow bounced off the clouds. A searchlight, a spotlight from some event. Anything, but there was nothing in that direction. No road, no house, no anything. Just empty moor and that column of light standing in it. The more I looked, the more wrong it felt. Light has a certain behavior. It falls on things. It illuminates. It shines. This didn't do any of that. The grass around its base was dark. There was no glow, no halo, no haze in the air around it. The column just stood there, clean and still, and it didn't touch anything. It was like someone had placed it on the ground or drawn it into the sky. A thin, faint column that my brain kept insisting was light, but that looked more like a solid object than any beam I've ever seen. It didn't flicker. It didn't shimmer. Perfectly, completely still. That's when I thought about my camera. I had it in my hand. I lifted it to my eye, and I remember the confusion when I couldn't find it. I knew exactly where it was. I was pointing right at it, but through the viewfinder, there was nothing. Just the dark shape of the moor, the grass, the low cloud. I pulled the camera down and looked with my own eyes. It was still there, clear as day. I brought the camera back up. Gone. I checked the lens. I wiped it, even though it wasn't dirty. I framed the shot again. Nothing. That was when my heart started hammering, because a trick of the eye doesn't disappear when you change the way you're looking at it. A thing that's real is still real through a lens. This was real to my eyes and completely absent to the glass. I pulled out my phone. Same thing. I unlocked it, opened the camera app, pointed it in the right direction. The screen showed an entirely normal moorland. I took a picture anyway. I took several. I switched to video. I watched the screen as I moved the phone around. In real life, my eyes could see the column. On the phone screen, it was just not there. Not there in every single frame. I want to say I did something smart. I didn't. I stood there with my phone in one hand and my camera around my neck, switching between them, watching the light appear and disappear depending on whether I was looking at it directly or through a screen. I must have done that 6 or 7 times. Each time, the result was the same. My eyes saw it. The camera didn't. And then, my ears popped. Not a normal pop. A dull, full pressure like when you're landing in a plane and the cabin pressure hasn't caught up. I swallowed. It didn't help. I tried to pop them. Nothing. Meanwhile, the silence got deeper. I hadn't realized it was already silent, but it got heavier, like someone pressing their hands over my ears. I felt dizzy for a couple of seconds. I remember being glad of that, because it meant my body was still working normally. I remember looking down at my hands to check they were steady. They were, but they were cold. I don't know how long I stood there. I know it wasn't long. Minutes, but it felt like the whole morning had stopped. Everything was frozen except for that column, which was doing nothing, which was the most unnatural thing about it. It was just there. Solid. Existing, waiting, even. I don't know why I thought that word at the time, but I did. It felt like it was waiting for me to do something, and I didn't know what. Then it started to dim. In steps. I can describe it exactly because I've replayed it 1,000 times. It went from its normal faintness to a little dimmer, like a dimmer switch being turned down 1 notch. Then it paused. Then another notch. Paused, like a countdown. 4 or 5 stages, each one just a little fainter than the last, until it was gone. Just gone. No pop, no blink, no sudden collapse. It stepped down, and then there was darkness where it had been. The silence broke at the exact same moment. I heard wind in the grass. I heard a car on a road somewhere in the valley. I heard birds off to the east. And my ears popped properly, and the pressure released so fast that my eyes watered. I remember gasping. I remember how loud everything suddenly sounded, how the world seemed to rush back in all at once. I left my gear on the ground and I walked toward the spot. I half jogged, half stumbled across the heather, which is a stupid thing to do in the dark, but I did it. I got to where I thought the base of the column had been. I stood in that exact spot. Nothing, just moorland. Dark, cold, wet grass. I crouched and put my hand flat on the ground. No heat, no static, no smell. Just damp soil and cold grass. I ran my fingers through it. There was no mark, no disturbance, nothing that suggested anything had been there at all. I walked a circle around the area, maybe 10 meters across. Nothing, like the light had never existed. I went back to my camera and sat down on the grass, which was wet, and I went through my phone. I had about 15 photos and a few videos. In every single one, the spot was empty. I found the frame that I knew contained the column and I zoomed in, pixel by pixel. Nothing, just grain. The same dark, noisy night photo I could have taken anywhere on that moor. The light hadn't even left a digital artifact. No flare, no distortion. It was like I had pointed my phone at a completely empty field. I stayed until the actual sunrise. It was normal and beautiful, and it felt like a lie. I took the photos I'd come for. Then I packed up and walked back down the hill. I remember the walk was different. I kept stopping and looking over my shoulder. Not because I was scared of seeing it again, because I was scared of the opposite, because I needed to see it again, to prove to myself that it had been real. But the moor was just a moor. It looked the way it always looked. I drove home in daylight. I sat in the car for a while outside my flat, scrolling through the photos on my phone. Then, I went in and uploaded them to my computer. I opened the pre-sunrise files and enlarged them on the screen. I scanned every part of the frame where the column should have been. I did that for about an hour. There was nothing. Not a single faint line, not a smudge, not a variation in the pixels. Just the dark shape of the moor, the grass, the cloud. And that's the part I can't get past. If someone had been standing next to me that morning and looking at my screen, they would have said I was filming an empty field. But I wasn't. I've never been so sure of anything in my life. I was pointing the camera at something that was definitely there, and the camera refused to acknowledge it. Not failed to capture it properly. Refused, like the light wasn't made of light at all. Like it was outside what glass and electronics can record. I've gone back to that spot 4 times since. I stand on the plateau, in the same place, in the same dark, and I look in the same direction. I do it because I need to see it again, or because I need to prove it's not there. I don't know which one I want more. Nothing has ever happened. It's just the moor. Quiet, ordinary, empty. But I still go. I still look. And every time I look at that empty patch of ground, I get the same feeling in my chest. The feeling that something was there that morning. Something that my eyes saw and my camera didn't. Something that stood in the world, took up space, waited, dimmed, and left no trace at all. I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like I'm making it up, or that I had some kind of waking dream, or that I wanted to see something. I've told myself all of that. None of it sticks. Because I remember the weight of that silence. I remember the pressure in my ears. I remember how the world felt when that thing was standing there. It was real. As real as the shirt I'm wearing right now. I'll keep going back to that spot. I'll keep looking at those photos. I'll keep waiting. I don't know what I'm waiting for. I just know I haven't stopped. Story 3. All right. My name is Callum. I'm going to try to write this down the way it happened, because it's been sitting inside me for too long and I need to get it out. I live in a small coastal town, the kind where everybody knows everybody, and the sea is just part of the background. You hear it at night through your bedroom window. You hear it in the morning when you're making coffee. You don't notice it until it's gone. And on the night this happened, it was gone. It was a weeknight. I was in the kitchen, filling the kettle for a cup of tea. The television was on in the living room, some show I wasn't really watching. The fridge was humming. The street light outside my window was buzzing like it always did. It was a normal night. I remember checking my phone at 9:14 because I wanted to know if I had enough time to watch the rest of the program. The phone said 9:14. I put it down on the counter and reached for a mug. Then the power went out. It wasn't a flicker. It wasn't a dip. It was a hard cut. 1 second the kitchen was lit. The TV was talking. The fridge was humming. The next second, everything was gone. The kitchen light went dead. The TV went off in the middle of a word. The fridge stopped. The kettle let out a short hiss, and then there was nothing. I stood there in the black and listened. The streetlight outside my kitchen window had gone dark too. I couldn't see a single light anywhere. I waited a few seconds, but nothing came back. I walked through the house, feeling the walls. I looked out the front window. No lights. Not one. All the houses on the street were black. There was no moon, no stars, just a low, cloudy sky. It was like the whole town had been erased. I went back to the kitchen, picked up my phone, and checked the time. Still 9:14. I thought, right, okay, at least I know the time. I grabbed my coat, shoved the phone in my pocket, and went outside. The air was cold and damp. The gravel crunched under my boots. I stepped onto the path and stopped. The silence hit me harder than the dark. It was too quiet. Not the kind of quiet you get late at night. This was a complete lack of sound. I could hear my own breathing, my coat moving when I shifted, the stones shifting under my feet. But I couldn't hear the sea. And you can always hear the sea from outside my house. Always. It's at the bottom of the road, a 5-minute walk. On any night, you can hear waves rolling in and out, even if it's calm. That night there was nothing. No waves, no wind, no distant cars, no dogs, no gulls. It was like someone had turned the volume off on the world. I stood there and listened. I remember turning my head slowly, trying to catch any sound. Nothing. My ears started ringing because there was nothing to hear. And then I looked up. The sky was a solid sheet of cloud. No gaps, no stars, just a flat, dark ceiling. And in that cloud, above the houses across the street, there was a soft, circular glow. It wasn't a beam. It wasn't a reflection. It was a patch of the cloud itself, lit from inside. Like someone had put a pale lamp behind the cloud, and it was showing through a round hole. But there was no hole. It was just a circle of light sitting there, as if it had always been there. It was about the size of a dinner plate at arm's length, maybe a bit bigger. It didn't move. It didn't pulse. It didn't blink. It just stayed. I remember staring at it, not sure what I was looking at. At first I thought maybe it was the moon behind the cloud, except the moon would be a bright spot, not a soft circle. And the moon moves. This thing was fixed. It didn't shift. The cloud wasn't moving either. The whole sky was still. The glow had no color I could name. It wasn't white. It wasn't yellow. It was like a warm, gray light, the kind you see when a lamp is dimmed very low and covered with cloth. I kept waiting for it to do something. It didn't. It just hung there, and the longer I watched it, the quieter the world felt. I couldn't even hear the ringing in my ears anymore. There was nothing else, just the light and me. Then I noticed I wasn't alone. A door opened across the street. A man came out and stood on his path, looking up. Another door opened next door. An older woman came out, pulling a coat over her shoulders. Another person further down the road. Nobody said anything. We were all just standing there, in the dark, looking at the same spot in the cloud. I could hear footsteps when someone walked a few steps. I could hear someone breathing. That's how quiet it was. Nobody spoke. It was like we all knew not to break it. I can't tell you how long we stood there. I really can't. My neck started to ache because I didn't want to take my eyes off it. My hands went numb. My boots got wet from the grass. I remember shifting my weight from one foot to the other. I remember thinking I should go inside and get gloves, but I couldn't make myself move. There was something about the stillness that didn't want to be disturbed. And time started to feel wrong, not in a dizzy kind of way. It felt slow and stretched, like the seconds were too long. I remember looking at the light and thinking it must have been there for an hour. I remember thinking it should be almost midnight. The dark felt that deep. But I didn't check my watch. I don't know why. Maybe I didn't want to know. Then the light started to dim. It didn't shrink. It didn't change shape. It just faded, slowly and evenly, like a lamp being turned down on a dimmer switch. The center got fainter. The edges got fainter. It stayed a perfect circle the whole time. I remember watching it and holding my breath. It faded until the cloud was just cloud again. Dark, empty. The glow was gone. And then, about 5 seconds later, the power came back. All at once. The streetlights blinked on. Every window in the street lit up. I heard my TV start playing again inside the house. The fridge kicked in. And the sea came back. A huge wave crashed somewhere down the beach, loud enough to make me jump. Then another. Then a gull started calling. A car engine turned over somewhere. It was like someone had unmuted the whole world. I stood there with my heart hammering. My neighbor from across the street said something. I heard his voice, but I couldn't make out the words. Another neighbor repeated it. I think he asked if I saw it. I didn't answer. I just looked down at my watch. The watch said 9:36. 9:36. I stared at it for a long time. Then I pulled my phone out of my coat pocket. It said 9:36 too. My phone, which had said 9:14 when I walked out of the kitchen. 9:14 to 9:36. That's 22 minutes. 22 minutes of power cut. That was what the clocks said. But I had been standing in that garden for much longer than 22 minutes. I know it. I felt it in my hands, in my neck, in the cold soaking through my coat. I had watched the light for too long. I had felt the silence press against my ears for too long. I had stood beside my neighbors while the minutes stretched and stretched. 22 minutes wouldn't have been enough for everything I saw and felt. But that's what the clock said. 9:36. After a while, we all drifted into the middle of the road. The streetlights were back on. The windows were lit. We were normal people in a normal town, but none of us felt normal. One by one, they all said the same thing. The light was round. It was soft. It was inside the cloud. It didn't move. It didn't pulse. It just faded away before the power came back. And every single one of them said it had felt like a lot longer than 22 minutes. One woman said she could have sworn it was after midnight. Another man said he felt like he'd fallen asleep standing up, except he hadn't. We all had the same gap, the same wrong time, the same impossible light. There was no explanation. No one had ever seen anything like it. It was just there, and then it wasn't. I went back inside. I locked the door, even though I never locked the door. I turned off the television because the sound felt wrong. Then I turned it back on because the silence felt worse. I sat on the sofa and stared at the wall. I kept looking at my watch. It was moving now. 9:37, 9:41, 9:52. Normal, but my whole body was insisting it was much later. I finally went to bed and left the hall light on, like a kid. I lay there and listened to the sea. It was back. It sounded normal, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been taken out of that night and put back wrong. I don't know what that light was. I don't know why the sea went quiet. I don't know how 22 minutes could feel like an hour. But I know what I saw. I saw it with my own eyes. And I know what I felt. I felt time do something it wasn't supposed to do. Every neighbor on that street felt it too. The light faded. The power came back. And the time on my watch said 9:36. It was the last thing I looked at before I went inside. It's the first thing I think about when I close my eyes at night. I still don't know what it means. I don't think I ever will, but it was real. And it hasn't left me since. Story 4, I've been trying to put this into words for a while now. I'm not looking for answers, I guess. I just need to get it out because it's been sitting in my head for so long that it's starting to feel like a dream I can't wake up from. I work the night shift fueling aircraft at a base out near Rachel. It's a job that's simple, repetitive, and mostly lonely. You're out there on the tarmac with the sound of crickets and the constant hum of the floodlights. There's a certain kind of silence out there that you don't get anywhere else. It's the kind of silence that feels heavy, like the air itself is thick. I'd been doing this for a few years when all this happened. One night, I was on my usual route, moving between the dormant planes, checking the levels, making sure everything was good for the morning cruise. It must have been around 2 in the morning. The sky was a deep black velvet. The stars were out, and there wasn't a cloud in sight. It was so clear you could see the Milky Way, which is something you take for granted after a while. I had my headlamp on, doing my thing, when I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. The runway lights. They were shifting. Now, I mean shifting, not flickering. The lights on the far end of the runway, the ones that line up in a perfectly straight line, they started moving. It was like someone was slowly rotating the entire row of lights, just a few degrees, not in a blink, but in a slow, deliberate movement. It didn't look mechanical. It looked like they were being reoriented by some invisible hand. I stopped what I was doing and just stood there, staring down the runway. I remember my first thought was, that's not possible. The second thought was, I should call this in. But I didn't. Something told me to just wait and watch. That's when I saw it. It wasn't coming from the sky. It was just there, almost as if it had always been there, but I was only now allowed to see it. It was hovering, not flying, just a few feet above the center of the runway. It was dark, a dull, matte gray, like the color of a Navy ship. And it was completely silent. No engine noise, no rotor wash, no thrust, no tire squeal, nothing. It just sat there in the air, completely motionless, defying every bit of logic I had. The shape was like a triangle, but not a sharp, pointed one. The corners were rounded, and it was sleek, almost organic looking. I couldn't see any seams, any rivets, any windows, any lights of its own, nothing. It was just this one solid, seamless piece of darkness, that seemed to swallow the light from the runway. The air around it was still, like painfully still. The usual breeze that you feel out on the tarmac, that constant dull pressure of moving air, just stopped. I was maybe 100 yards away. I couldn't move. My body was telling me to run, to get back to the truck, but my legs weren't listening. It was like I was hypnotized by the sheer impossibility of what I was seeing. It started descending. There was no sound of mechanisms, no winches, no hydraulics. It just lowered itself down until its belly was maybe a foot off the ground. Then, it just stopped. It didn't touch down. It just hovered there, perfectly level. A few seconds later, out of the darkness beyond the runway, I saw headlights. They weren't the usual yellow-white of the base's security trucks. These were dimmer, and I remember thinking how strange it was that they made almost no sound. A convoy of vehicles rolled out onto the tarmac. They were unmarked, boxy, like the kind of vehicles you'd see at a secret facility in a movie, but all the details were wrong. The headlights were too dim, the engines were too quiet. They approached the craft with a deliberate slowness, like they were approaching a wild animal. They didn't park close. They formed a loose semicircle around it, maybe 50 feet away, and then they just stopped. No one got out. The engines cut off. The silence was so complete that the lack of sound was a physical pressure on my ears. I could hear my own heartbeat. I could hear the blood rushing in my head. Then, one of the vehicles, the one closest to the craft, extended a cable. It wasn't the kind of heavy tow cable you'd use on a normal plane. It was thin, almost like a wire. A figure in a dark uniform got out. I couldn't make out any features, no patch, no insignia. He walked to the front of that craft, hooked the cable to some point I couldn't see, and walked back to the vehicle without even glancing my way. It was like I wasn't there, like I was invisible. The cable went taut, but there was no sound of straining metal, no revving of an engine. The craft just started moving. It was being towed, but it was being pulled across the tarmac without making a single sound. No scrape of metal, no hum of tires on the pavement. It was just this silent, dark mass gliding across the ground, towed by a pickup truck that I couldn't hear running. It took them maybe 15 minutes to drag that thing from the runway to a hangar on the far side of the base. I watched the entire time. I couldn't look away. When they got to the hangar doors, I expected them to open, but they didn't. The craft just seemed to pass through the dark opening, and then the vehicles followed, and the hangar door closed behind them, all of it in complete, unnatural quiet. I stood there for another 10 minutes, just staring at that closed hangar door, waiting for something, anything to happen. The world was silent. Even the crickets had stopped. It wasn't until I felt my own phone vibrate in my pocket that I snapped out of it. It was just a calendar reminder, but it was enough to break the spell. I walked back to my truck, and I remember my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. I logged the fuel levels, I finished my route, and I went home. I drove the whole way in a daze. I didn't tell anyone. I figured if I didn't say it out loud, it wouldn't be real. But it happened again. A few weeks later. Same time of night, same kind of clear sky. I was on the tarmac again, this time closer to the approach end of the runway. I was finishing up with a tanker, and I saw the lights start to shift again. My blood went cold. I knew what was coming. It was the same craft. Couldn't have been any different. The same dull gray, the same seamless shape. Only this time, I was much closer. I was maybe 40 feet from the edge of the runway. This time, it wasn't hovering. It was moving. It was flying low, right down the center of the runway, maybe 20 feet in the air. It was moving with an insane speed, but it didn't look fast. It was like someone was fast-forwarding a video of a slow-moving object. It was there, and then it was right in front of me, and then it was past me. I felt something that I still can't explain. I felt the pressure of it passing, that physical wall of air that pushes against you when something big moves by you. I felt that. My body was pushed back, and my ears popped. I felt the displacement of air. But there was no sound. There was no whoosh. There was no roar. There was just my body being pushed by a wave of air that had no audible signature. It was like the air was moving, but it was doing so without creating any sound. It was the most unnatural feeling I've ever experienced. As it passed me, I could see it in detail. It wasn't just dark gray. It seemed to absorb the light from the sodium lamps. It looked like a shadow that had been given a physical form. There wasn't a single light on it. No navigation lights, no strobes, nothing. In the total darkness of the desert, it was a silhouette against the sparse stars. I turned to watch it move down the runway. It didn't land. It just faded. Literally faded. It didn't fly away. It didn't climb. It just seemed to dissolve into the darkness, growing less and less distinct until there was just empty air. And then it was gone. No sound. No light trail. Nothing. The same convoy of unmarked vehicles appeared a few minutes later. Same boxy shapes. Same dim headlights. Same silent approach. They parked near the spot where it had vanished, waited for about 10 minutes, and then drove off. They didn't have anything to tow. After that, I couldn't shake it. I started paying attention to the logs. There's a paper trail for everything out there. Every piece of equipment that touches the tarmac is logged, from the fuel trucks to the tugs. I went to check the logbook at the end of my shift. I wanted to see if there was some record of a special visitor, some code, some clearance. Something. I found it. There was a single line entry, time-stamped to the exact time I saw the craft that night. Under the column for aircraft designation, it just said unknown. Under origin, it said NA. Under destination, it said NA. But the weirdest part was the column for wake turbulence. That column is always filled in for every single aircraft. It's critical for following planes. It's always something like light, or medium, or heavy. For this entry, it just said none. I read it like 6 times. Even a paperweight moving through the air creates some turbulence. A helicopter creates a hurricane. A jet creates a vortex. But this thing, this massive, silent object that I felt displace the air, was logged as having produced no wake. None. I asked my supervisor about it the next day, trying to be casual. I said, "Hey, saw a weird entry in the log. What's an unknown designation?" He looked at me with this blank expression, like he was reading a script from a teleprompter, and said, "Must have been a typo, pal, or a ghost in the machine." I knew he was lying. The way his eyes didn't meet mine. The way his voice was a little too flat. That was the moment I really got scared. I've been back on the tarmac every night since. I don't see the lights shift anymore. I don't see the craft. But I feel it. Sometimes, out on the edge of the runway, the air will just go dead still. No wind, no sound, no crickets. And I know it's there. I don't look up. I don't turn around. I just keep walking. Keep my head down, and pretend I don't feel the hair standing up on the back of my neck. The worst part isn't the thing itself. It's the silence. We live in a world of sound, of cause and effect. That thing moved through the air without touching it. It broke the rules of this reality. And now, I can't stop thinking that those rules are optional. That the universe is a lot thin, and behind it, there's just... Silence, Story 5. I had to pick up samples from a clinic in Colombia, and get them to Moberly before 5 in the morning. It's a 40-minute run, maybe less when the roads are clear. I'd done it dozens of times. It was my normal route, the kind of route you could drive in your sleep. I left Columbia around 3 o'clock. The fog was already starting to settle in over the fields. Not the thick kind, just a low blanket, the kind you usually don't think twice about. I had the radio on, but it was mostly static, so I shut it off. I remember the silence feeling normal. I wish it had stayed normal. I was on Highway 63 heading north, cruise control set somewhere around 65. My phone was in the cup holder running maps. I also had a work tablet mounted on the dash, plugged in, logging the route. I was maybe 10 miles north of Columbia, somewhere near Hallsville, when the fog changed. It didn't get thicker gradually. It just went from patchy to solid in about 30 seconds. I remember thinking, that's not right. I turned off the cruise control and slowed down. The headlights couldn't cut through it. The road ahead looked like a wall of wet air. I thought about pulling over, but there wasn't a shoulder on that stretch. There wasn't anywhere to go. That's when I saw the light. It was off to my left, out over a field, maybe 100 yards from the road. It was white. Bright white. Not yellowish like a barn light or a security light. Not blinking like a tower light. It was just hanging there in the air, maybe 20 feet off the ground. No pole, no wires, no building under it. It didn't move. It didn't flicker. It was just there, steady and huge, like a light bulb the size of a car. And it was so bright that it made the fog around it look bluish. I took my foot off the gas. I think I pressed the brakes a little. I wanted to figure out what I was looking at. I remember looking down at my phone to see if I had a signal. The screen was black. Not the lock screen. Not a low battery warning, just black. The tablet was black too. I waited a second, expecting it to come back. It didn't. I pressed a button. Nothing. My phone was fully charged when I left. The tablet was plugged into the charger. They were both dead at the same time, and that felt worse than the light. Then I looked at the dash clock. It was black too. The headlights were still on, the engine was still running, but all the digital stuff was off. It felt like the entire inside of the cab had been turned off, except for the engine and me. The radio was dead. The heater was still blowing air, but the sound was starting to feel strange. And then I heard the hum. I don't know how to describe it besides a hum. It wasn't a sound in my ears as much as a vibration under my ribs. Low and steady, like a generator running somewhere deep underground. It pulsed, but not evenly. It would get stronger, then fade, then stronger. My teeth felt like they were humming. That was the moment I knew something was wrong, not just with the van, but with me being there. I looked back at the field. The light was still there, and the fog under it was moving. It was rotating in circles, not drifting, not blowing. It was turning in a perfect circle, like a slow whirlpool of fog, about 30 feet across. The rest of the fog was still. Only that patch under the light was spinning. It was like something was stirring it from above. I should have driven away. I didn't. I couldn't. I was rolling forward at maybe 20 miles an hour, and all I could do was look at the field. That's when I saw the shapes. At first, I thought they were fence posts, but there are no fence posts that tall. These were dark, narrow, standing in the field between me and the light. They were maybe 8 or 9 feet high, much too tall, much too thin to be people. They were pitch black, and they didn't look solid. They looked flat, like shadows standing up in the air. I counted 5 of them, maybe 6. They weren't evenly spaced. They were just scattered in a loose group. One was closer, closer to the road. I remember looking straight at it, trying to figure out if it was a tree or a post or something I could explain. And then it moved. It didn't sway. It didn't turn. It shifted. It was one position, and then it was another position, slightly to the left. Like a frame skip, like something cut from a movie. There was no motion, no transition. It just was somewhere else. And that's when I hit the brakes. The van didn't stop right away. The brakes felt heavy, like I was pushing through something thick. The engine started to hesitate. It would dip, catch, dip, catch. The van felt lighter too, like the wheels were barely touching the road. The hum got louder. And then every sound stopped. Not just the hum. Everything. The engine, the tires on the road, the heater, my own breath. I was breathing. I could feel my chest moving. But I couldn't hear it. I tried to yell. I felt my throat move, but there was no sound. It was total silence, like the world had been muted. The light was still in the field. The shapes were still there. The fog was still turning. And then I blinked, and I was on a different road. There was no transition, no slow fade. I just blinked, and suddenly I was staring at a narrow 2-lane road with no painted lines. My hands were on the wheel at 10 and 2. I don't drive like that. I never drove like that. I was going exactly 45 miles an hour. The fog was gone. The light was gone. The shapes were gone. The dash clock was back on. It said 4:16. The radio was playing a song. My phone was on. The tablet was on. I pulled over at the first patch of gravel I could find. My hands were shaking. I looked at my phone. The map said I was on County Road H. That's a road I know. It runs west of Highway 63, mostly through farmland. It's not where I was. I should have been north of Hallsville on Highway 63. Instead, I was at least 6 or 7 miles west of the highway, on a county road. I had no memory of turning. I had no memory of any exit, any driveway, any intersection. I had no memory of the previous 45 minutes. Because the clock said 4:16, and I remember seeing the light at 3:31. There was a gap. My mind was blank for 45 minutes. I tried to call my dispatcher. I couldn't do it. I didn't know what to say. My phone died, and now I'm on a road I don't remember driving to. It sounded crazy. I sat there with the engine idling, trying to convince myself that I'd just spaced out, that I'd somehow gotten off the highway and taken a series of turns without remembering. But that made no sense. You don't drive 7 miles through farm roads while in a daze without hitting a pothole or a stop sign or something. And I would have woken up. I would have remembered the road. I drove the rest of the way to Moberly on autopilot. I kept checking the mirrors, waiting for the light to show up behind me. It didn't. I pulled into the clinic parking lot around 4:45. I sat in the van for a minute before getting out. I didn't want to move. I kept staring at the dash, waiting for it to go black again. It didn't. I got out and went around to the passenger side to get the cooler from the back. And I stopped. The passenger side of the van was covered in mud. Not road spray, not dust. Thick, dried mud splattered all over the side, from the front fender to the rear wheel well. Grass was stuck in it, long blades of field grass, pieces of weeds, even a little clover. It looked like the van had been driven through a wet field at speed, and the tires had thrown chunks of dirt and plant matter up against the body. But there was no way. The van was clean when I loaded it in Columbia. I parked under a light. I would have noticed that side. It was clean. I'm a courier. I look at my van. The driver's side was clean. The passenger side was filthy. The worst part was the mud was dry. It was hard and crusty, like it had been there for hours. but I had been gone for 45 minutes. It wasn't warm that night. It was April in Missouri. It was damp. There was no way so much wet mud could have dried in 45 minutes, let alone be fully crusted. It looked like the van had been sitting in a field for a week, but I had just driven the thing. I didn't take a picture. I wish I had. I stood there, staring at the mud and grass. Then I scraped some of it with my key. It was real dirt. Real grass. It smelled like a field. The passenger door handle was covered in mud. The passenger mirror was covered. There was no way I could have missed this if it had been there when I left. It wasn't. And now, it was. I took the cooler inside and did the drop-off. I remember standing at the counter. The lab tech asked if I was okay. I said I was tired. What else was I supposed to say? I went back out to the van and looked at the mud again. It was still there. It didn't disappear. I took some of it off with my fingers and let it fall on the pavement. It was just dirt and grass. But it didn't belong there. It didn't have any reason to be there. I called my supervisor later that morning and told him I was delayed by fog. He didn't ask for details. I drove the van to the car wash and cleaned it myself. I didn't want anyone asking questions. It took me a long time to get all the mud out of the seams. Pieces of grass kept coming out, long after I thought I'd gotten them all. I still can't explain it. I'm not the type of person who believes in things without proof. But I know what I saw. I know the light was there. I know the shapes were there. I know my phone and tablet died for no reason. I know the sound stopped. I know I lost 45 minutes. And I know I ended up on a road I didn't drive to, in a van that was covered in field mud from somewhere I don't remember. The thing that gets me, even now, isn't the light. It's the gap. It's the missing time. It's the fact that something happened out there, and I have no memory of it. And the mud on the passenger side tells me I did something. I drove through a field during those 45 minutes. I had to have. But I don't remember any of it. I don't remember leaving the road. I don't remember the field. I don't remember getting out of the van. I don't remember anything. I stopped doing night runs after that. I switched to day shifts. I still drive past that stretch sometimes, but not at night. When I do, I look toward the field. The light hasn't been there. Not for me. I don't know if that brings me comfort or not. A few weeks later, I found a piece of dry grass under the passenger seat. It wasn't the kind of grass that grows around Columbia. It was pale, almost white. I don't know how it got inside the van. I had cleaned the inside. I had vacuumed under the seats. It wasn't there. But after I washed the mud off, it showed up. I put it in a Ziploc bag. I still have it. Sometimes I take it out and look at it. It's just grass. It looks like nothing. But every time I hold it, I remember the silence. The way the whole world went quiet for a second. The way I couldn't hear my own voice. I don't know why I was brought back. I don't know where those 45 minutes are. I just know I don't want to find them. Story 6. I still think about that day more than I should. Not every day, but often enough that it bothers me. I work construction. I've worked construction my whole adult life. You dig, you find stuff. Old pipes, debris, sometimes even a foundation from a building nobody remembers. But what we found out there, I don't have a name for it. The job was simple. A water line near the perimeter fence of a restricted area. I don't know what was behind that fence. I honestly never tried to find out. The paperwork said routine maintenance. Our supervisor, Cole, didn't say much, just pointed at the map and said we had a leak to find. The desert out there is flat and empty, miles of nothing. The sun hits you hard even in the morning, and by noon it's like standing in an oven. We were about a quarter-mile from the fence line that runs east to west as far as you can see. Chain link, topped with razor wire, signs every couple 100 feet. We never got close enough to read them. Me, Nate, and Cole. Nate and I did the digging. Cole was the foreman. Older guy, late 50s, had been with the company for decades. He didn't talk much, but he was fair. You knew where you stood with Cole. That's why what happened later felt so wrong. We started early, around 6 in the morning. The ground was hard and dry. The leak was marked on a map, but finding the actual pipe is the tricky part. You have to dig, test holes to trace the line. Nate and I took turns with the shovel and a pickaxe. Standard stuff. By 10 in the morning, we had a few holes open, none of them hitting anything useful. Sweat was running down my neck. The heat was starting to build. I remember Nate stopped and wiped his face with his shirt, looked at Cole like, "You sure about this?" And Cole just nodded toward the next spot on the line. That spot is the one I keep coming back to in my head. Nothing about it stood out. Same dirt, same sagebrush, same cracked ground as everywhere else. We picked it because it was in the direct line from the valve we had found earlier. Nate started digging. The first couple of feet were easy. Then the ground got harder, like it had been packed down more than natural. I noticed because the shovel bounced off the dirt a couple times. I told Nate to let me try. I got a few good strikes in, and then, it's hard to describe the sound. It wasn't like hitting rock or metal. Rock gives you a sharp clink. Metal gives you a ring. This was dull, like hitting a thick log but deeper. Like the sound got absorbed. I remember the shovel vibrating through my hands, up my arms, into my shoulders. It stopped me cold. Nate looked at me. He knew it wasn't normal either. We cleared away the dirt carefully. That's when we saw it. About 4 feet down, there was a surface. Flat, smooth. It didn't look like anything I've ever seen. The color was gray, but not a normal gray, like the color of a cloudy sky right before a storm, but deeper, and it seemed to soak up the sunlight. Everything around us was bright, but this thing just absorbed it. You know how metal glints in the sun? This was the opposite. It didn't reflect anything. It was like looking at a patch of darkness that happened to be gray. I reached down and touched it. That was a mistake. It was cold, not cool. Cold, like a refrigerator inside. But we were standing in the sun, and the dirt around it was warm. I touched the ground next to it, and it was hot from the sun. But the surface itself was cold enough that I pulled my hand back. And it felt, I don't know how to say this without sounding crazy, but it felt like there was something underneath it, like the cold was coming from deep inside whatever it was, not just the surface. Nate didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at it. We had a hole about 3 feet wide, and it was still going. No edges, no seams, no bolts, nothing, just smooth, flat material that went in every direction under the dirt. We dug out a bit more on one side to find an edge. Nothing, it just kept going. I remember thinking about how big this thing had to be. We were in the middle of the desert, 4 feet down, and this thing stretched beyond what we could see in the hole. I scraped my shovel across the surface. The sound it made was thudding, like the sound didn't travel right. Cole came over. I didn't hear him approach. He just appeared at the edge of the hole, looking down at it. And I looked up at him, waiting for him to say something. He didn't. He just stared for maybe half a minute. No surprise on his face. No confusion. Just quiet. Then he pulled out his phone and made a call. He didn't walk away. He stood right there and spoke. And here's the thing that still bothers me. He didn't say anything about what we found. He just said, "We've got something at the site." Then he listened, nodded, said okay, and hung up. That was it. Then he looked at us and said, "Bury it. All of it. Pack it down tight." I asked him what it was. He didn't answer. I asked him if we should report it. He just said, "Bury it." The way he said it wasn't angry or scared, it was calm. Completely calm. The kind of calm that doesn't feel right. It felt like he already knew. Like he knew it was there, and he knew exactly what to do about it. Nate and I shoveled the dirt back in. We packed it down with the back of the shovel. Cole watched us the whole time. Didn't say a word. It took maybe 20 minutes to fill the hole. When we were done, you couldn't even tell we had dug there. The only evidence was the darker, disturbed dirt. But we spread it out with our boots and kicked dust over it so it blended in. Nate looked at me, and I could see he wanted to say something, but he didn't. We finished the actual job, found the leak, fixed it, standard work. That took until about 3 in the afternoon. Cole filled out the paperwork himself, which he never did. Usually Nate or I signed off, but Cole took the clipboard and wrote it all down. I watched him from a distance. He marked the job as completed. Nothing about the surface, nothing about the hole. Just a clean work order. We packed up and drove back. The truck ride was quiet. Nate tried to bring it up once. Said, "Cole, what was that thing?" And Cole just shook his head. Not like, "I don't know." Like, "Drop it." That was all. He didn't even look at us when he did it. Just kept driving. We dropped Nate off first. He got out of the truck and didn't say goodbye. Just walked off. I never talked to him about it again. He quit about a week later. Didn't give a reason. Just stopped showing up. But here's the part that really got me. I couldn't let it go. I know I should have. But I couldn't. I kept thinking about that surface, the way it looked, the way it felt, the cold coming off it in the middle of a desert afternoon. I needed to know if it was real, if it was still there. So the next morning I went back alone. I won't say I was brave. I was just drawn to it. I took a long piece of rebar from the truck. I figured if it was some kind of pipe or buried structure, I could find the edges with the rod. I drove out to the site. Same route. Same landmarks. I parked where we parked, walked out to the spot. It was maybe 7 in the morning, before the heat really started. My hands were already sweating. The spot looked exactly like we left it, flat, no sign of anything. I stood there for a while just looking at the ground. Then I started to dig. It took about the same time to get down 4 feet. Same dull sound when my shovel hit it. Same vibration in my arms. I cleared the dirt away and there it was. Same surface. Same gray. Same cold. I touched it again. Cold, but different from the day before. It felt like it was waiting. I know that sounds stupid, but that's the feeling I had. Like it knew I had come back. I took the rebar and pressed it against the surface. I pushed hard. It didn't flex. It didn't dent. It didn't make a sound. I dragged the rebar along it in a line, hoping to find an edge. Followed it for about 10 feet. Still going. I got out of the hole and walked the line, pushing the rebar into the dirt at regular intervals, every single time I hit it. Same sound. Same resistance. I probed 50, 60 feet in a rough circle. It was everywhere. This thing was massive, or it was exactly where I was digging and the rest was something else. But the probes say otherwise. It was everywhere under there. I stood there for I don't know how long. The sun was full up by then. The heat was beating down. But all I could feel was the cold on my hand from touching it. And that thought wouldn't leave me. This wasn't buried. This was placed. Deliberately, exactly 4 feet down. Just deep enough that no one would find it unless they dug in exactly the wrong spot. And we had dug in the wrong spot. or the right spot. I don't know anymore. I filled the hole back in. I did it much faster than the first time. I kept looking around, like someone was watching. The desert is empty. Nothing out there but sagebrush and dirt and the fence line in the distance. But I felt eyes on me. I couldn't shake it. When I got back to the yard, I went straight to Cole. I told him I went back. I told him I probed the ground, and it went for 50 feet in every direction. I asked him again, straight up, Cole, what did we find? What is that thing? He looked at me for a long moment. No anger, no surprise, just that calm. And all he said was, not our problem. I wanted to push. I wanted to grab him by the shirt and shake him until he told me what was under there. But I didn't, because there was something in his eyes that made me stop. It wasn't fear. It was acceptance. Like he knew exactly what it was, and he had made peace with the fact that he was never going to talk about it. And somehow that was worse than if he'd been scared. I went home that evening and sat in my living room for hours, just staring at the wall. I kept touching the hand that had touched the surface. It wasn't cold anymore. But I kept remembering the cold. I still remember it. I can call it up in my mind, the way it felt, and it's like I'm right back there, standing in that hole, with the dirt up to my chest and something beneath me that's the size of God knows what, just sitting there in the dark, not reflecting anything, not making a sound, not doing anything except existing. And somehow, that's the worst part. It wasn't doing anything. It was just there. Waiting, whether it's waiting for something or someone, I don't know. But I know it's still there. It stays with you. That cold, that sound of the shovel hitting something that doesn't belong. I've dug hundreds of holes since then. Pipes, cables, foundations. Every time my shovel hits something, my heart stops for a second. Every time. I think it always will. I still have the same job. I still work with Cole, believe it or not. We never talk about it. Sometimes I catch him looking at me, and I know he knows I remember. But he just looks away. And I look at the ground and wonder how many other things are out there. How many surfaces are sitting just deep enough to stay hidden. How many of us have been told, not our problem. I went back to the desert one last time, about a month later. I didn't dig. I just walked to the spot. The ground was flat, no sign of anything. I stood there and tried to feel it. I don't know what I was expecting, but I didn't feel anything. Just the heat and the wind and the emptiness. I turned to walk back to my truck, and I heard it. A thud. Dull from somewhere, from nowhere. I didn't look back. I got in the truck and I drove. I haven't gone back since. That was 3 years ago. I still hear the thud sometimes. When I'm falling asleep. When it's quiet. That's all I have to say about it. I don't know what it was. I don't know why it was there. I don't know why Cole knew what to do. I just know it's still there. Story 7. This is going to sound insane, but I haven't said a word about this to anyone except my brother. And he just stared at me and asked if I was okay. I mean, was I okay? I don't know. It's been 3 months and I still can't shake it. I need to write it down like this, just to get it out of my head. I keep a little fishing boat, a 19-foot bay boat, at a small marina just north of Gulf Shores. Nothing fancy. It's the kind of place where you pay by the month and you're on your own if something breaks. I go out alone most of the time, especially in the fall. The water gets still, the crowds clear out, and the fishing gets serious. That night was a Tuesday, I think, around mid-November, so it was already cold. Not cold for northerners, but cold enough for Alabama. Maybe low 40s. Wind was light from the northwest, and the sky was clear as glass. I remember thinking it was going to be a perfect night to run out to a spot I know just past the pass, where the trout like to hang out around the lights. I left my truck in the lot like always, walked down the wooden boards to the slip. It's a quiet marina, maybe 30 slips, most of them empty this time of year. A few houseboats in the back corner, but nobody stays on them. I remember my boots sounding loud on the planks. That was the only noise. No radios, no other engines. Just the water slapping against the hulls and the moaning of the docks. I fished for about 2 hours. Caught a couple of small specks, nothing to write home about. I remember checking my phone around 9 to text my sister back, and I had 42% battery. Then time kind of got away from me. That happens when you're out there by yourself. It's just you, the water, and the reel click. I didn't even notice the time. When I finally headed back, I was dead tired. The wind died completely, which is weird for that time of year. The water was like oil. My little boat made a long wake that spread out and disappeared, and the moon was just starting to rise, half hidden behind the tree line. It was cold. I had 3 layers on and my hands were stiff on the wheel. I got back to the marina around midnight. I remember that because when I cut the engine, I looked at the phone on the console and it said 11:40 something. I didn't look too close. I was more focused on getting the boat tied up and getting home. I pulled up to the slip, drifted in nice and easy, and killed the running lights. Then I stepped off the boat onto the dock, and that's when I noticed the light. At first I thought it was just the moon reflecting off the water, but the moon was behind me, and it wasn't bright enough. This was on the water itself, way at the edge of the marina, near the mouth of the channel that opens into the bay. A pale white glow, kind of like a cloud passing in front of the moon, but it wasn't in the sky. It was on the water, sliding across the surface. No source. Nothing above it, no boat, no light pole, no dock lights. Just this long oval patch of pale white light, almost like someone had laid a big lit-up sheet on the water. It was moving, gliding real slow, parallel to the shoreline. I froze. I remember thinking, that's not a reflection. A reflection doesn't move sideways across the surface like that. It doesn't have a leading edge. But this thing did. It was like a wave of light, maybe 20 feet long, moving with the water, but not exactly with the current. And right underneath it, the water was dead flat, dead calm. Not one ripple. The rest of the harbor had tiny wavelets from the breeze, but that patch under the glow was like it was sealed. I just stood there on the dock, still holding the line I'd already tied, staring at it. Then the humming started. It wasn't like noise. I mean, it was noise, but it was also a physical thing. It came from everywhere at once. Low, deep, it made my teeth vibrate, and I felt it in my chest like when a big diesel truck idles next to you. Except there was no truck. The dock started vibrating under my feet. Not shaking, just a steady, fine vibration, like a tuning fork stuck in the boards. I looked down at the planks, then back at the water. The light was still moving. It passed in front of an empty slip, and for a second I saw the pilings behind it. Through it? No, around it. The glow wasn't solid. It was like fog lit from the inside, but it was hugging the water. I pulled out my phone to take a video. I don't know why. Seemed like the thing to do. The phone was dead. It was sitting at 40% or so. I know because I checked it earlier. The screen wouldn't come on. I pushed the button. Nothing. I held it in my hand and watched the battery icon appear for a second, then flash red and go dark, like something was draining it. I shoved it in my pocket and looked back up. That's when the truck alarm went off. My truck was parked in the lot behind the office. maybe 100 yards from where I was standing. It's a little silver single cab from 2003. The alarm has gone off twice in the 10 years I've owned it. Once after a storm, once when a dog jumped on the hood. That night it just started screaming. High beeps, the horn, the whole thing. It was so loud in the silence that it startled me bad. My heart jumped. And then the dark shapes moved. I didn't see them right away because I was looking at the truck. But when I looked back toward the fuel dock, which is a concrete pad on the far side of the marina, with a hose and a little ticketing machine, there were 3 of them, standing near the edge of the water, just at the edge of the glow. Tall, too tall. I mean, a person could stand there and look tall, but these were, I don't know, probably 7 feet. Maybe more. They were thin, black against the sky, because they weren't near any lights. They weren't moving. They were just standing there, facing the water, facing the glow, like they were watching it, or watching me. I couldn't move. I remember trying to take a step backward and my legs just wouldn't do it. It wasn't pain. It was like my brain told my legs to move and the signal just stopped. I held my breath. The humming got louder, not painful, but fuller. It was inside my head, inside my whole body, and the dock was vibrating harder, like something below the boards was humming along with it. One of the shapes turned its head. I think it did. It was too dark to be sure, but I saw the outline of a head shift, and it was looking in my direction. No facial features, no eyes, just a shadow. But I felt it. Look at me. I felt it. Like that feeling you get when someone stares at you from across a room, but 100 times stronger. My skin went cold. I couldn't breathe. Blood was rushing in my ears, and the only thing I could hear was that humming and the stupid truck alarm. Then it stopped. All of it. The humming, the vibration, the alarm, all in the same instant, like someone flipped a switch. The light on the water was gone. The shapes were gone. I was standing on the dock, one hand still holding the rope, the other hand in my pocket, and it was just quiet. The normal night noise returned, the water slapping, a distant car on the road. Cold wind hit me in the face. My legs went weak and I grabbed the boat rail to keep from falling. I looked at my watch. It's a regular Casio, nothing fancy. It said 1:03. I know, because I still remember the exact numbers. I left the boat around 11:45. I know I did. The trip back from my spot only takes 20 minutes, and I was tied up before midnight. But the watch said 1:03. I don't remember what happened in between. There is a solid block of missing time. 1 minute I'm looking at the glow. The next minute I'm standing there, cold, with my hand gripping the rail and my watch an hour ahead. I untied the boat. I didn't even tie it up proper. I just looped the line around the cleat twice and left it. I walked down the dock to the parking lot. My hands were shaking. The truck was there, sitting normal. No alarm. The windows were fogged up a little, which happens when it gets cold. I got in. My phone was dead. It wouldn't charge until I got home and plugged it into the wall. When I turned the key, the truck started fine. I sat there for a minute, gripping the wheel, trying to convince myself that I'd imagined something. But I could still feel the humming tingling in my teeth. I could still see the shapes. The drive home took about 20 minutes. I didn't use the radio. I couldn't. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, expecting to see something back there in the darkness. The roads were empty. When I pulled into my driveway, I just killed the engine and sat there. The porch light was on. I remember thinking, "You're home. You're safe. You're being stupid." Then I got out of the truck. and I saw the handprints. They were on the passenger side window, visible because the window had a layer of condensation on it, from my warm breath inside, from the damp air. And someone had pressed their hands against the glass from the outside. The prints had smeared the moisture. Long, narrow streaks running down, like they dragged their fingers down the glass. I saw the whole shape. 2 palms and fingers beyond that were just too long. A normal hand, a man's hand, fingers are about the length of the palm. These were almost twice that, and the fingers were skinny, like those alien illustrations you see on the internet, but not gross, just long and thin. The prints were wet, and the water had collected in streaks, and in the streaks there were tiny white specks. I touched one with the tip of my finger and brought it to my nose. It was salt, not crushed sea salt, little jagged crystals like what you scrape off the side of a tequila glass. They glinted under the porch light. I scraped one onto my fingernail and it stayed there, shining like a piece of sand. I stood there for a while. The window was fogged up on the inside, but the prints were on the outside. The wetness was outside. I remember reaching up and touching the glass. The condensation on the inside was cold. The prints outside were cold and wet, even though the night air was dry and cold. You know how water evaporates? It didn't. The prints stayed wet for hours. I went inside. I locked the door. I sat on the couch for the rest of the night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those shapes standing by the fuel dock. I didn't sleep. When the sun came up, I went back to the truck. The window was dry, completely dried by the morning sun, and yet the handprints were still there. Not wet anymore, but visible. There were faint white lines etched into the glass, like hard watermarks, and the salt crystals were still embedded in the streaks. I could see them glittering. I tried to wipe them off with a paper towel. They wouldn't go away. I tried glass cleaner. They stayed. I took a razor blade to the glass, careful like a windshield professional. The crystals stayed. They were literally in the glass itself. Or maybe they were just stuck so deep in the etching that I couldn't get them out. But water doesn't etch glass, not overnight. I took photos. I still have them on my phone. You can see the prints, long, thin, narrower than any human hand. The fingers end in points, not rounded tips, and the salt crystals show up as little white sparks under the flash. I went back to the marina the next day. The dock was fine. The fuel dock was fine. No weird goo, no discolored water. My boat was still tied up, sloppy, but secure. I checked the security camera at the office. They don't have one. The owner said they got broken into last winter and the new one hasn't been installed yet. No footage, no proof. I've tried to explain it away. I told myself it was a reflection from a distant rig in the bay, a refraction of the moon, some kind of algae bloom that glows, someone walking a dog with a flashlight, a prank by teenagers with a ladder in the dark. But the shapes were too tall. And the time. And the handprints. The handprints are what get me. Because they weren't on the outside of the glass that morning. They were on the outside. I saw them. But when I open the passenger door and look at the window from the same side, the prints are on the opposite side. The outside. Wet prints. On the outside. But by the morning, the window was dry, and the prints stayed. That's impossible. A dry print can't be wet enough to leave salt crystals, but there they are. Last week, I got brave. I sat in the truck, alone at night, and I aimed a flashlight at that window. The prints are still there, 3 months, and they haven't faded. You'd think rain would wash them away. It doesn't. The salt stays. I haven't been back to the marina since that night. My boat is still there. I'm paying for the slip through the end of the year, but I can't take myself to go get it. I know that sounds weak, but every time I think about walking those docks again, I feel that humming starting up in the back of my head. I feel that vibration under my feet, and I see those three tall shapes standing there, motionless, with their long arms hanging low. And the last thing, the thing I haven't told anyone. On that empty road, driving home, I passed under a streetlight, not a stoplight, just a sodium lamp hanging over an intersection, and for a split second, I saw something in the passenger seat. Not a whole shape, not a body, just the faintest outline of a seat. No, the seat was empty. It was the reflection in the window, the dark glass next to me. I saw a face, not clear, just a long, pale face with no features pressed up against the glass from the outside, looking in at me. It was there for less than a second. Then the light swept past, and it was gone. I tell myself it was my own reflection, distorted by the curve of the glass and my tired eyes. But my face isn't long, and it doesn't press against the side window from outside. So there it is. That's what happened. I know it doesn't make sense. I wouldn't believe it if someone told me, and I lived through it. But the salt is still on that window. Every day it catches the sun and glitters, and every time I see it, I get the chill that won't go away. I've even thought about selling the truck. But then I think they'd still know where I live. The prints are on the glass. They came with me. I just hope they're only on the outside. Story 8, my name's Ryan, and I've been holding on to this for about 2 years now. I haven't told many people because when you say it out loud, it sounds like you're crazy. But I know what I saw, and more than that, I know what I felt. It's the feeling that stays with me, that dead silence. I'll never forget it. Late September, 2 years ago, I was coming home from a buddy's place way out in the county. He lives off the old highway, but the quickest way back to my apartment cuts through this stretch of farmland on a county route. It's a 2-lane road with no shoulder to speak of, just a thin strip of gravel, and then a ditch, and then fields. Corn on one side, soybeans on the other. There's one abandoned grain elevator around the halfway point, and after that the road curves once, then goes straight for miles until you hit the state road. I left his place a little after 1:30. I checked the clock on my dash as I pulled out, and it said 1:37. I remember that because I did the math in my head. If I take the highway, it's 40 minutes. If I take the back road, it's 25, and I could get home by 2. I wanted to be home as soon as possible because I had to be up at 8 for a shift. So I took the back road. The sky that night was completely overcast. No moon, no stars, just an empty black ceiling. The fields were empty too. Corn was still standing, but it was dry and brown, and the wind wasn't blowing hard enough to move it. There were no other cars on the road. The only thing between me and total darkness was the 2 headlight beams and the faint glow of my radio dial. I had the radio tuned to a classic rock station, the one that plays older stuff all night. It came in clear. I was listening to some song. I couldn't tell you what it was if my life depended on it. I just had it on to keep my brain from going numb. There are no streetlights on that road. The only things that catch your eye are the small green reflectors on the fence posts and one deer crossing sign right before the curve. Normally I'd see deer out there, especially at that hour. But that night I didn't see a single animal. Not one rabbit, not even a raccoon. It was like the whole area had gone still before I ever got there. About 15 minutes into the drive, right around the point where the grain elevator shows up in the distance, I saw a light out ahead. It was sitting low over the road, maybe 4 or 5 feet above the pavement, right in my lane. At first I thought it might be a reflection. like a cat's eye from a road sign or something catching my high beams. But it wasn't reflecting anything. It was just there, a dull, pale glow. Cream-colored, almost white but not bright. More like the glow of an old alarm clock, but softer. It had a shape to it, roundish but not perfectly smooth. I could see through it a little bit, like a cloudy marble. And the weirdest part? It didn't light up the road under it. If you saw it from far away, you'd think it was a lost balloon or a drone. But up close, it was like the light was its own thing, not a source of illumination. It just hung there, casting no shadows. I turned on my high beams. I don't know why I did that. Instinct, probably. But the light didn't change. The high beams lit up the road and the dead weeds along the fence line. But they didn't touch that pale glow. It was like trying to light a candle inside fog. The fog swallows the beam. This thing didn't swallow it, it just ignored it. I slowed down, not because I was scared at first, but because I genuinely did not know what I was looking at. I thought maybe someone had one of those drones with a light strapped to it, but it was too low and too still. I thought about a runaway lantern, but there was no fire, no flicker. It was a calm glow. When I took my foot off the gas, the car slowed from 50 to about 30, and the light moved. It shifted sideways to the right, maybe 2 feet, drifting toward the shoulder like a piece of paper caught in a puff of wind. But there was no wind. It just went there, smoothly, and then stayed at that same distance from my car. I could feel my hands start to sweat. I pressed the brake a little more, down to 15. The light drifted another 2 feet to the right, still keeping pace with me. It wasn't moving toward me, it wasn't moving away. It was matching me. And that's when the radio went silent. No static, no crackle. It just cut off mid-measure, like someone had pulled the plug. The dashboard lights stayed on, the engine stayed on, but the sound from the radio was just gone. I looked down at the stereo, then back up at the road. I reached out and turned the volume knob all the way down, then all the way back up. The display was still glowing. The station numbers were still there. But no sound came out. Not even the faint hiss you'd expect from a dead station. Just silence. The light was now off to the right, still hovering over the edge of the asphalt. The silence didn't feel normal. It felt like a pressure, like after a really heavy snow where the world gets muffled. But there was no snow. I could hear the low rumble of my tires on the pavement, or at least I thought I could. But then I realized I couldn't. The car was moving, but there was no sound, no exhaust, no hum, no wind. I rolled down the window. Cold air hit my arm, and I remember how odd it was that the air had that dry end-of-season smell, like dead leaves and dust. But there was no sound to go with it. Normally, even at 2 a.m. you hear something out in those fields. Crickets, a distant truck on the interstate. The grain elevator sometimes creaks when the wind picks up. But that night, it was totally, absolutely silent. I've never heard silence that deep. It was as if someone had pressed a mute button over the whole world. I could hear my own heartbeat. I could hear a ringing in my ears that I never noticed before. I felt like I was inside a vacuum. I put my hand flat on the center of the steering wheel, and I couldn't feel the engine vibrating. The car was idling, but it was like the vibration was being held inside the metal. Nothing escaped. The light was still there. It had stopped moving. It was now off to the right side of my car, maybe 20 or 30 feet ahead, keeping its distance. It didn't seem angry or threatening. Just there, like it was waiting to see what I would do. I remember thinking I should grab my phone. I didn't want to look away even for a second. I reached toward the cup holder with my right hand, but my fingers were so tense I couldn't grip it. I just left it there. I should have floored it. I still think about that. I should have just driven away. But I didn't. I was too weirdly calm. Or maybe not calm, maybe frozen. I put my foot on the brake and stopped the car completely, right there in the middle of the road. I didn't pull over, I didn't put my hazards on. I just stopped, with the engine idling and my window down, and I stared at that light. The moment the car stopped, the light began to fade. It didn't move, it didn't zip away, it just slowly dimmed in place. The edges softened, the glow thinned out, like a flashlight dying. And all the while, the silence stayed. I watched it for maybe 5 seconds. It went from a soft white to a pale gray, then to a shape you could barely see. Then it was gone. Just empty black road, not a trace. And the second it disappeared, sound hit me like a wave. The crickets started up. The wind came from nowhere. I heard my engine. My radio came back on right in the middle of a song, and I could hear my own breath. I actually gasped. The silence was so thick and so sudden that when it broke, it felt like being dunked in cold water. I sat there in the road for maybe a minute, not moving. I checked my radio, it was fine. I checked my clock, and it was still ticking. Nothing had changed, except that light was gone. I rolled the window up, put the car in drive, and drove out of there. I kept an eye on the rearview mirror the whole way home. The road behind me stayed dark. When I finally got to my apartment, I didn't get out of the car right away. I just sat in the parking lot with the engine off and listened to the normal night sounds. A dog barking somewhere. The hum of the streetlight. My own car's cooling engine ticking. I felt like I'd come back from somewhere I wasn't supposed to go. I don't mean somewhere in a supernatural sense. I mean that stretch of country road was the same as always, but for those 30 seconds, I was in a place where the rules were different. No sound, a light that didn't light, and a thing that moved just enough to let you know it saw you. I didn't sleep much that night. I went to work the next day on 3 hours of sleep, and I couldn't focus. I kept replaying the radio cutting out. That's the detail I keep coming back to because it's physical. It's impossible to fake. My car didn't have any electrical issues. I never had a problem with the stereo before or since. But it cut out at the exact same second the light drifted sideways, like it was telling me to notice. My brother thinks it could have been ball lightning. I told him no. It responded to me. It moved out of the way when I slowed down. It stayed with me when I stopped. Ball lightning doesn't do that, at least not in anything I've read. I've gone back to that road many times since. I've gone in the daytime, I've gone at dusk, I've gone at midnight. I always slow down under that grain elevator. I've never seen the light again. But there's a particular set of conditions where I feel it. It's on foggy nights, when the fog is low and thick, and the road lights up a little too white in your headlights. On those nights, I catch myself staring. I drive with my window cracked. Listening, I know it's probably not rational. But I can't help it. Because the normal quiet is one thing. This was something else. It was absence. The whole world turned itself off, and whatever made that happen was connected to that pale, dim light. I don't know if I'll ever see it again. I don't know if I want to. But every time I drive that road at night, especially if there's any fog at all, I find myself searching for it. I slow down a little earlier than I need to. I watch the spot where it used to be. And part of me knows that one night, when I'm not expecting it, it'll be there again. Low over the asphalt. Dull and pale. Not lighting anything. Just hovering there, waiting to reappear. Story 9, I still catch myself looking at my shadow. That's the messed up part. Every time I walk under a streetlight now, I don't even think about it anymore. I just look down. I check the edges. I check if it's sharp. I check if it moves at the same time I move. It always does. It's always normal. But there's that split second before my brain catches up where I hold my breath and wait. And I hate that. Let me start from the beginning. This happened about 3 weeks ago. I was walking home from my friend's place. He lives on the other side of town, and I don't drive, so I either take the bus or I walk. That night, I missed the last bus. My fault. I got distracted and lost track of time. So I did what I always do when that happens. I took the long way home. The road that runs alongside the old playing fields. It's not a bad walk. It's just quiet. The playing fields are just this big open stretch of grass with a fence around them. Nobody uses them at night. Nobody uses them much during the day either, to be honest. There's a few houses at the start of the road. Then it's just the fence on one side and a row of trees on the other. No shops, no lights from windows, nothing. Just the street lights. Old ones, the kind that give off that yellow-orange glow and hum if you stand close enough. I've walked that road dozens of times. It's normal. It's boring. That night was cold. Not freezing, but that damp cold that gets into your bones. Late October, so the air had that heavy feel to it. I had my hands shoved in my jacket pockets, my shoulders up around my ears. My footsteps were the only sound. No cars, no wind, no dogs barking. Just the sound of my boots on the pavement and the occasional hum of a street light as I passed under it. I was about halfway down the road. I just passed under the second light and was heading to the third. You know that one, the one with the bent pole, the one that's been leaning to the side for years. It still works. It just looks wrong. I glanced down as I walked, the way you do when you're not looking at anything in particular. And I stopped. My shadow was in front of me, stretched out on the pavement like it always is. But it was wrong. It was too dark, not like a normal shadow, not even under a street light. This was black, solid black, like someone had taken a marker and colored it in. And the edges were so sharp. A normal shadow has soft edges, you know. The light spreads, the edges blur a little. This one was crisp. It could have been cut out of paper and placed on the ground. I remember thinking, that's not how shadows look. I blinked. I told myself I was tired. I'd had a long week. I'd been up early. I was walking home late. It was probably my eyes playing tricks. So I took a step forward, and my shadow didn't move. Not exactly, anyway. It stayed where it was for a split second. Maybe less than a second. It lagged, like it was catching up. My foot came down, and then the shadow's shape snapped forward to match where I was. Like it had been waiting a moment before deciding to follow. My stomach dropped. I don't know how to describe it, except that my brain registered it immediately. Something is wrong. Not in a panic way, in a deep animal way. I stopped again. I stood still and looked at my shadow. I lifted my right hand. The shadow's hand stayed down for a beat, then it lifted. I put my hand down. The shadow's hand stayed up for a beat. Then it dropped. It was following me, but it was behind. Like it had to see what I was doing before it did it, like it was a beat off. I told myself, no, this isn't happening. I'm imagining it. I stepped out of the light. The moment I left the circle of the street light, my shadow went back to normal. Just a regular shadow, soft edges, not as dark. I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. Okay, fine. It was the light. Maybe the light was doing something weird. Maybe there was something in my eyes. I stepped back under the light, and it snapped back. Instantly. The second my foot crossed back into that light, my shadow went dark and solid again. The edges sharpened. The lag was back. I didn't even have to move to know it. I could see it in how my shadow looked. It was wrong. It was so dark. I also noticed something else. The air felt tight. Literally, I could feel it in my ears. That pressure you get right before a storm when the sky goes that weird color and you can feel the static in the air. It was like that. My skin felt prickly. The hair on my arms was standing up. I stood there, under that light, with my shadow darker than it should be, and I couldn't move. I was scared. Not of the dark, not of the road. Scared of my own shadow. Tell me how ridiculous that sounds. I felt like if I moved, my shadow might not follow me. Or worse, it might do something I didn't expect. And then I saw the glow. It was up. High up. Not above the street light, not in the trees. It was above everything, like up in the sky, but not as high as the stars. It was a glow, not a light. There was no source, no beam, just this area of soft, dim light, like a small cloud that was lit from the inside. It was drifting, slowly, moving across the sky from the direction of the playing fields heading east. I remember it was silent, absolute silence. A plane would make a sound. Something in the sky would make some kind of sound. This was nothing. I couldn't look away from it. And as it moved, the pressure in my ears got stronger. That tight feeling in the air got worse, like the sky was pressing down on me. Then the glow got closer, not close, but above me. And when it was almost directly overhead, my ears popped, sharp, both at the same time, like someone had pressed a button. And I looked down because I felt the change before I saw it. My shadow. It was darker, thicker. I'm not talking about a darker shade of black. I'm talking about it looked thick, like it had weight, like it wasn't a shadow on the pavement, but a solid thing that was standing under me, slightly behind me. And it wasn't aligned with me. My feet were in one spot, but the shadow's feet were a few inches back. It was skewed, like someone had taken my shape and moved it a bit. I moved. I didn't mean to. Just a small step, a shuffle, out of fear. And the shadow lagged again, but this time it lagged longer, maybe a full second. That's an eternity when you're watching your own shadow not follow you. It moved after I did. It caught up slowly. I stared at it, and I had this thought that I can't get out of my head even now. That's not my shadow. That's something else wearing it. I stepped backwards, out of the light. The moment I left that circle, everything released. The pressure in my ears faded like water draining out. The tightness in my chest loosened. My shadow went back to normal instantly. And I looked up, and the glow was gone. Not faded, not drifted away, gone. 1 second it was there, the next it wasn't. I stood there on the road, out of the light, shaking. I pulled out my phone to check the time. 10:47. I remember the exact number because it made no sense. The whole thing felt like it had taken forever, like I'd been standing there for 20 minutes. But it was 10:47. I walked the rest of the way home in the dark. I didn't want to go under any more lights. I walked on the side of the road where there were no street lights, where it was harder to see, because I didn't want my shadow to do that again. I didn't look back. I didn't look up. I just walked. I remember my legs felt weak, like I'd been running. When I got home, I locked the door. I stood in the hallway for a long time. The light in the hall was on, and my shadow was there, on the wall. It was normal. I moved my hand. It moved with me. I felt stupid. And then I felt scared again, because I know what I saw. I barely slept that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that shadow, lagging. I saw the glow. I felt that pop in my ears. I kept thinking about what would have happened if I hadn't stepped out of the light. What if I'd stayed? What then? The next night, I walked home the same way. I don't know why. Stupid, maybe. I wanted to prove it was nothing. I wanted to walk under that same light, the one with the bent pole, and see my shadow act normal. So I did. It was normal. The sky was clear. The air was cold. My shadow followed me like it always had. No sharp edges, no lag, no glow, nothing. I stood under the light for a minute, just watching my shadow move when I moved. It was fine. It was completely fine. I thought that would make me feel better. It did, for a while. The next few days, I pushed it out of my mind. I told myself I imagined it, that I was tired, that the light was playing tricks, that I'd watched a weird show or read something that stuck in my head. People see things all the time. Shadows don't lag. Shadows don't get thicker. It was in my head. But then, I'd be walking somewhere, and I'd pass under a light, and I'd catch myself looking down. And that split second of panic, that tiny pause where I check to see if my shadow is still mine, that's real. It happens every time, and it brings it all back. I can't explain what happened. I can't find a rational explanation. I looked it up. I searched online. There are stories about shadow ghosts, shadow people, whatever you want to call them. I never believed any of that. I never thought about it once before that night. Now, I don't know. The most inexplicable part, the part I can't shake, is that my shadow didn't feel like mine in that moment. It felt like it belonged to something else, something that was there with me, using my shape. The way it lagged behind my movements, the way it caught up slowly, like it had to remember what I was doing before it could copy me. It wasn't attached to me. It was separate. That's the only way I can say it. My shadow was a different thing. I still walk home that way every time. I don't know why I don't take a different road. Maybe because it's shorter. Maybe because it's my way of saying it won't beat me. But every time I pass under that third light, the one with the bent pole, I slow down. I look at my feet. I watch my shadow stretch out in front of me on the pavement. It looks normal. It moves exactly when I move. It's sharp enough, but not too sharp. It's just a shadow. And I keep walking. And I can't wait to get home, because there's still that little part of me, the part that doesn't believe it was my imagination, the part that knows what I felt and what I saw, that waits every time I step under a light. It waits to see if my shadow is going to move when I move, or if it's going to pause just for a second, and then catch up. Story 10. Something happened this morning, and I'm still trying to find a way to explain it to myself. I haven't slept yet, and I'm not sure I can. I'm just sitting here at the kitchen counter, the coffee going cold in front of me, watching the sun finally come up over the rooftops like nothing ever happened. But something did happen, and I need to get it out before I start convincing myself I imagined it. I couldn't sleep last night. That's not unusual for me. But last night was worse than normal. I was lying there, awake at 3, then 4, then 5. At some point, I just gave up. My head was full of everything and nothing, and the longer I stayed in bed, the more restless I got. So around 5:30, I decided to get up and go stand outside for a minute, just to clear my head. I didn't put on shoes. I didn't grab a jacket. I went straight to the back patio in my t-shirt and shorts, expecting to be cold and then go back inside. The sky was that weird dark blue you get right before dawn. Not black anymore, but not really morning either. It was still dark enough that the trees at the back of my yard looked like silhouettes, but there was a faint, gray glow starting over the rooftops to the east. I remember thinking it was going to be a quiet morning. The whole neighborhood was still. No cars, no dogs, no distant highway hum, just cold, damp air and that deep blue sky. And then I saw it. It was off to my left, maybe 40 or 50 degrees to the north. Like if I turned my head, there it was, right above the neighbor's fence line. It was a thin, vertical strip of light, but not like any light I've ever seen before. It wasn't a beam, not like a searchlight or something from a car. There was no haze around it, no glow spreading into the sky. It was just a clean, sharp line of pale white light, running straight up from the horizon. It was narrow, I mean really narrow. If I held my thumb up at arm's length, it would have covered it easily. But it was defined. Hard edges, like a cutout in the sky. I stood there for a second, didn't even really process it. My first thought was that it was some kind of reflection off a window. Maybe from a neighbor's bathroom light hitting a piece of metal or glass at just the right angle. I've seen weird reflections before, but those are usually blurry and they dance around. This didn't move. It didn't flicker. It just hung there, perfectly still and perfectly straight. It went up from the horizon maybe as high as if you held two fingers stacked at arm's length, and then it just stopped. There was no rounding at the top. It was like a line drawn in the sky. I rubbed my eyes. It stayed. I stepped closer to the edge of the patio because I wanted to get a better angle, see if maybe it shifted or changed when I moved. It didn't. It was like it was painted onto the backdrop of the world. I felt my stomach tighten. Not fear yet, just unease. The kind of feeling you get when you can't immediately find an explanation for something. I've never been the type to jump at shadows. I don't believe in anything supernatural. I fix things for a living. I'm practical. But I also know what I saw. And what I saw was not normal. The sky around it was starting to brighten. That was the first thing that got to me. Sunrise was coming from the east, and the eastern sky was getting lighter every second. That soft gray blue before the sun actually breaks. But this strip of light wasn't getting drowned out. It was like it had already moved past that phase. It was already bright, already daylight, like it was ahead of the rest of the sky. The rest of the horizon was still dark and muted, but that one strip was just sitting there, glowing with this even, steady white light. It didn't pulse. It didn't glow brighter. It was the same brightness from bottom to top, all the way up. I don't know why, but I had to get closer. I stepped off the patio onto the grass. The grass was wet, soaking through my socks. No, I wasn't wearing socks. The grass soaked the bottoms of my bare feet. I didn't notice at the time. I walked out maybe 10-15 feet into the yard, right to the middle, where I had a clear view with nothing blocking it. The light was still there, just as defined, just as unnatural. And then, all at once, my ears started to feel weird. It wasn't painful. It was something like the pressure you feel on an airplane when you're descending and you swallow and the air feels thick. My ears popped a little, like they do when you climb a hill too fast. The whole area around me felt heavy. And the sounds, God, the sounds. The quiet wasn't just quiet anymore. It was muffled, like somebody turned the volume down on the world. I live close enough to a highway that I always hear a low, constant noise, even at dawn. That noise was still there, but it was distant, like it was coming from underwater. I could hear my own breathing, but even that sounded like it was coming from a tin can. The furnace kicked on underneath the house. I felt it through the floor, through my feet, but I couldn't hear it. It was like my ears had been packed with cotton. I remember thinking, something is wrong. Something is deeply, deeply wrong. But I didn't go back in. I couldn't. I was fixed in place. I knew I should move, but my body wasn't listening. It was that feeling you get when you're watching a car crash about to happen, just standing there paralyzed. Except there was no crash, just this light. Then the light moved. It didn't flicker or drift sideways. It didn't get bigger or smaller. It started pulling upward. The bottom of the strip, the part nearest the horizon, started to fade. Not dissolve, just dim, like someone was lowering the opacity on the bottom. And at the same time, the upper part of the strip stayed exactly as bright as before. So the whole thing was shrinking, but upward, like it was being sucked back into the sky. Like a tape measure recoiling, or like someone pulling a thread out of the ground and up into the air, only the thread was light. I watched it happen in what felt like complete silence. The lower part faded to nothing, and the upper part got shorter and shorter. As it got shorter, it seemed to climb higher, moving away from the horizon, until only a small segment was left, maybe half the length of the original. That small piece was bright. Flickering? No, not flickering. Solid. It stayed there for maybe 3 seconds, just hanging in the dark blue sky. And then it was gone. 1 second it was there, the next second there was nothing. No flash, no trail, no zip or bang. It just blinked out like a light switch. The place in the sky where it had been was empty. Just normal dark blue morning sky, exactly like every other part of the sky around it. The horizon was still dim. Sunrise still a few minutes away. The strip had not come from the sun. It hadn't caused anything. It just vanished. And as soon as it was gone, my ears popped again. This time it was a hard pop, and sound came rushing back in all at once. The highway noise came back, the hum of the furnace, a distant bird, the neighbor's sprinkler starting up somewhere. It was all suddenly loud, almost too loud. My head hurt for a second, like the pressure change had been real. I touched my ears. They were fine. But I could feel a dull pressure in my sinuses like I'd been out in high altitude. I looked around the yard, half expecting to see something, someone, a drone, anything. Nothing. Just wet grass, the fence, the dark blue sky. I stood there for a while. I don't know how long. That's the really unsettling part. I looked down at my phone to check the time. It said 5:45. I remember checking the time on the microwave before I came outside. It was exactly 5:40. I remember that clearly because I thought, okay, 5 more minutes before the sun starts. But the time I'd just experienced, the seeing the light, walking out into the yard, the ear pressure, the whole slow-motion retracting thing, it felt like way more than 5 minutes. It felt like 15, maybe 20, or maybe it felt like 2. That's the weird part. The time in my head didn't match the clock. It was like the whole event happened outside of normal time. But when I looked, the clock on my phone said 5:45. And then I looked up at the sky, and it was still at the same stage of morning as when I first came outside. Barely any brighter. It was wrong. Everything about it felt wrong. I went back inside. I didn't lock the door. I kept staring out the kitchen window. The rest of the sunrise came up like it always does, orange and pink on the horizon. There was no leftover line, no strange shadow, nothing. I tried to tell myself it was a contrail catching light, but contrails don't look like that. They're horizontal and they spread. This was vertical and sharp. I tried to tell myself it was a searchlight from some parked truck, maybe a neighbor leaving for work, but searchlights move, and they have a visible beam with dust in it. This didn't. It was just a shape in the sky. Not a craft, not a cloud, not a reflection. Now the sun is up, full light outside. Everything looks normal, but I'm still sitting here in the same spot, and I can't shake it. The pressure in my ears is gone, but I keep feeling like it's about to come back. I keep glancing out the window, expecting to see another one, maybe closer, maybe lower, and I don't know if that's hope or dread. I can't explain what I saw. I can't find a version of it that makes sense, but I know it happened. I know I didn't imagine it. And the part that gets me the most is not what it was, but that it left. It pulled up and disappeared, like it was called out, like it had been here for some reason, and when that reason was over, it just left. I checked my phone again just now. It's a little after 6 in the morning. The sun is fully over the horizon. Everything is normal. But I'm not sure I am. And I don't know if I'll ever look at a pre-dawn sky the same way again. I hope I don't see it again. But part of me, the smaller part, the one I don't want to admit to, wants to know what happens if I actually see it with someone else there. Because right now, all I have is my memory, and my memory is telling me the sky wasn't right. It was never right. That's all I can say. Story 11. I've never written anything about this before. I'm not really the type to post stuff like this. But it's been almost 3 weeks now, and I still can't get my head around it. I'm writing this because if anyone else was on that stretch of highway that evening, I need to know. Because the part that scares me isn't what I saw in the sky. It's the fact that nobody said a word about it. Not one single person. Let me take you through the whole day, because I still replay it minute by minute. It was a Tuesday. I remember that because I had a dentist appointment at 8 in the morning, and I was still sore from it. The whole day felt off in that small, annoying kind of way. Like your socks are slightly wet. Nothing big. I had my lunch at my desk, like always. I answered a ton of emails. I left the office around 5:15 because my wife had sent me a text asking me to pick up milk on the way home. I remember rolling my eyes at that, even though it was just milk. I was tired. The traffic was heavier than normal. There had been an accident somewhere up ahead on the interstate, and the GPS was telling me to stay on the same road because every side street was clogged too. So I was stuck. I do this thing where I turn off the GPS once I know the way, because listening to a robot repeat the same instructions makes me anxious. So I only had the radio. It was some classic rock station. I don't remember the exact song. Something by Boston, maybe? I just remember there was this big guitar riff, and I was tapping my fingers on the steering wheel. I was in the third lane from the left, maybe 10 or 12 cars behind an exit ramp. The sun was heading down behind the overpass. Dusk, the kind of orange-blue sky that looks pretty, but also makes it hard to see because of all the car windows reflecting it. I remember I had the air conditioning on low because it was warm but not hot. The car in front of me had a bumper sticker about a school play, and the guy next to me was in a white van with a ladder on top. It's funny, the details you remember. I wasn't paying attention to the sky at all. I was just staring at the brake lights. Then the radio cut. It didn't fade out. It just cut mid-note. There was this burst of static, like a harsh white noise, louder than the music had been. I remember flinching because it was so sudden in my ears. I reached for the dial to turn it down, but it didn't change anything. I turned it all the way to the left, and the static stayed the same volume. That's when I realized it wasn't coming from the car speakers. It was in my head? No, that sounds crazy. But that's what I felt. The sound was everywhere. It wasn't just in the car. It felt like the whole inside of my head was filled with that hissing, like a radio station that doesn't exist. I pressed down on the volume button to shut the radio off, and the static stopped in the car, but the hissing in my ears stayed. It was like when you're in a quiet room and you hear that high-pitched hum that's always there. But this was 1,000,000 times stronger. It was pressure. My ears felt like I was landing in an airplane, that sharp, painful, popping pressure you get when the altitude changes too fast. I swallowed hard, twice. Nothing helped. I looked at the car in front of me. The brake lights were still on. Then I looked in my rearview mirror and saw the driver behind me. She had both hands on the wheel, but her head was tilted up, looking out of the windshield. At that exact second, I felt something that told me to look up too. Not a voice, not a thought, just this primal pull, like being tapped on the shoulder from the inside of your skull. So I looked up through the top of my windshield, and that's when I saw it. The sky was wrong. There was a section of it, maybe just above the overpass and off to the left of the road, that was bent. That's the only way I can describe it. The clouds were there, but they didn't look right. They had a curve to them, like they were being stretched and pushed around something that wasn't there. Like when you drop a stone in water and the reflection bends around it, but in the sky. There was a shape in the middle of it, but it wasn't solid. It was more like a negative space, and the clouds were bending around. That nothing. The warped section was maybe the size of a car or a small house. I couldn't tell exactly because the edges were soft, but the whole thing was clearly not normal. And every single driver around me was looking up too. I'm not exaggerating. I'm telling you the truth. Every single windshield I could see had a person inside with their head tilted up. The guy in the van to my right. The woman in the car in front of me. The driver 2 lanes over. Even the people in the cars that were stopped further ahead. I saw hands let go of steering wheels. I saw faces staring up, mouths slightly open. Nobody was looking at each other. Nobody was moving. It was like the whole highway froze for those few seconds. The pressure in my ears sharpened. It became painful, like someone was pushing a needle into my eardrums from the inside of my brain. The hissing sound got louder and louder until it wasn't just in my head. I could feel it in my teeth, in my chest. It was pounding. I reached out to brace myself on the dashboard because I felt dizzy, like the whole car was tilting even though it wasn't moving. The sky in that warped spot was doing something. The clouds were shifting, not like wind shifts them, but like they were being pulled tighter and tighter around that invisible thing. And the thing itself, I saw it then. I don't know what I saw, but the space inside the bend wasn't empty. There was something moving in there. It had no shape, but it had a darkness, a deeper blue than the sky around it. It was like looking at a hole that wasn't there. My brain kept trying to put a shape to it, and it couldn't. I just know it was lifting. That's the word I thought in my head at that moment. Lifting. And then it snapped. The clouds straightened out. The sky went back to normal. No transition, no fade. 1 second it was warped, and the next it was ordinary. The pressure in my ears released so fast that I felt a pop and a rush of warmth. It was so sudden that I gasped and grabbed the steering wheel. The static in my head vanished. There was nothing but the normal sound of engines idling. The radio came back on. The exact same Boston song was playing from the exact same note it had cut out on. I stared at the radio like it was a ghost. The volume was still turned all the way down. I had to turn it back up, because I thought I'd imagined the whole thing. But I hadn't touched it, and the music was playing at normal volume. The dial was still in the off position. I don't know how that's possible. I know what I did. I pressed the button to mute it, and then the music was just there, as if the radio in my car had a mind of its own. I sat there, shaking. I remember looking at my hands on the steering wheel. My knuckles were white. I took a deep breath and looked around. The car in front of me started moving. The white van moved too. The woman behind me? She put her head down, back to facing forward. The guy in the van to my right did the same. Everyone just looked forward. Nobody turned their head. Nobody looked out the window. Nobody even seemed to be talking. It was like someone had pressed a mute button on the whole world. I tried to catch the eye of the guy in the van. I know that sounds weird, but I needed someone to acknowledge what we just saw. I rolled down my window a few inches. The air smelled like burning oil. I tapped my horn just once, lightly. I don't know why I did that. The guy didn't turn his head. He just stared straight ahead. The woman in front of me didn't move. No one even flinched. It was as if I was invisible, or as if we were all under a spell, and the spell was broken only for me. Traffic started moving. I let my car roll forward. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, looking at the drivers behind me. All of them were just sitting there, normal, like they were driving home from work and their minds were on dinner and TV. There was no expression on their faces, no confusion, no fear. That was more wrong than the sky. I got off at the next exit. I pulled into a gas station, turned off the car, and sat there for a while. My hands were still shaking. I tried to play the moment back in my head, over and over. The warped clouds, the pressure, the roar. How everyone looked up at the same time. And then, how everyone looked away without a single word. I checked my phone. I'm not proud of this, but I did a quick search for weird sky, and traffic stopped, and even dizziness. Nothing. No local news reports, no social media posts, just the same posts about sports and movies. I even searched my location with the word incident. Nothing. As if it never happened. I called my wife. She picked up on the second ring. I told her I was running late because of traffic. I wanted to tell her what I saw. I opened my mouth. But the words just weren't there. I couldn't form the sentence. It was like my brain couldn't turn it into language. I just said, "I'll get the milk," and hung up. I drove home on autopilot. I bought the milk. I walked in the door. She was cooking dinner. She asked me if traffic was bad. I said, yeah, there was some accident. She didn't look at me. I didn't say anything else. I put the milk in the fridge. Then I went to the bathroom and looked at myself in the mirror. I was pale. My pupils were huge. I looked like I'd just seen a ghost. I had a headache forming behind my left eye, and I had this weird ringing in my ear that didn't go away for hours. I couldn't sleep that night. I kept getting up and looking out the window. The sky was just a normal sky. Stars, street lights, clouds drifting. All normal. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw that warped section of sky again. I saw the clouds bending around something invisible. The worst part wasn't the thing I didn't see. It was the silence afterward. Dozens of people on the road. All of them looked up. All of them saw it. I know they did. You don't look up like that for no reason. You don't all look up at the exact same second. It's impossible. But no one spoke. No one honked. No one posted anything. No one even seemed to react. I've thought about it every single day since. I've even tried to convince myself I imagined it. I have to, sometimes, because the alternative is that I share a road with 100 other people who saw something and then just agreed to pretend it didn't happen. How do you explain that? How do you explain a whole group of strangers acting like that? Like they'd all been given the same silent instruction. Like it was part of the deal. I'm not sure why I'm writing this out. Maybe I need to see if I can actually say it. It's the first time I've said the words out loud, even if they're just on a screen. And I'll tell you one last thing. Yesterday evening, I was driving home from work again. Same time, same road. The sun was setting. I was waiting at a red light, and I looked up at the sky. There was a small cloud, just a fluffy little thing, and for a split second, I thought I saw the edge of it start to curve. Just a tiny bend. The radio in my car dipped into static for less than a second, and I felt a dull pop inside my head. I hit the gas the second the light changed, even though the car in front of me was still moving slowly. I didn't look up again until I was under the overpass. I don't know if I'm losing my grip on reality or if there's something else going on. I just want to know if anyone else was there that evening. And if you were, why didn't you say anything? Why didn't you talk? I've been playing that moment over and over, and there's only one part that still makes my stomach drop. It's not the sky. It's the silence. We all saw it, and we all looked away like it was our job. And I have this awful feeling that if we had said something, the thing in the sky would have come back. Story 12. I left Durango a little after 9:15. Weather was clear, maybe a bit cold. I had my high beams on because the road is winding, and the last thing you want is a deer. I remember the radio was playing, some station out of Pagosa Springs, and I was just cruising. At one point, I passed a sign for the cutoff to San Juan National Forest, and then the road flattened out. That's when I saw something ahead. At first, I thought it was fog. There was this shimmering strip across the road, almost like heat haze, but it was a cold night. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a haze. It was thousands of tiny points of light. They were just hanging in the air, maybe 4 feet above the asphalt, floating over the road from one side to the other. Each one was small, smaller than a grain of rice, and they all caught my headlights and reflected back. It was like a field of glitter suspended in the air. But they weren't falling. They weren't moving at all. The road was completely covered with them. I slowed down. I don't know why I didn't stop. I think my brain just couldn't process it. I pulled my phone out of the cup holder and opened the camera. I pointed it at the road through the windshield. On the screen, the road was empty. I could see my headlight beams washing out the asphalt and the dashboard, but every one of those lights was gone. You could see them with your own eyes clear as day, but the camera showed nothing. I even switched to video. Nothing. I put the phone down, and there they were again, thousands of them, reflecting back like tiny mirrors. I kept rolling toward them, maybe at 35 or 40. I thought for sure they would turn out to be some kind of insect swarm. But it was too cold, and there are no clouds of bugs up that way at that time of year, no fireflies either. I rolled down my window to see if I could hear anything. I didn't hear anything. There was no sound. The road was silent. Then I drove into them. That's when everything started to feel wrong. They didn't fly away, and they didn't stick to the windshield. They just went out. But not all at once. They went out in lines, row by row, like the car was sweeping across a grid and turning off a switch. The ones directly in front of me would wink out a second before the hood hit them. As I passed through each layer, the next row would go out. I saw the ones behind me in the rearview mirror. They weren't moving. They were just gone, erased in rows. The whole stretch behind me went dark. And then my car got heavy. That's the only way to describe it. It was like driving through deep water. The steering started pulling to the right, then to the left, and every time I corrected, it would pull the other way. The car felt like it weighed twice as much. I remember the sound of the tires on the road changed too, like I'd gone from black top to gravel, but I was still on the same asphalt. My ears popped. It was a physical pressure, like dropping down a plane. I held the wheel with both hands, and I remember thinking, this is a tire, I've got a flat. But the pull wasn't like a flat. It was like the car was being pushed from outside. I looked at the dashboard. The clock had jumped to 2:57 in the morning. I'd been driving for maybe 20 minutes. It showed 2:57, and then it ticked to 2:58, all in the space of about 2 seconds. I looked at my phone. It was still in the seat next to me, screen lit up, and it said 10:09. The dashboard clock had to be broken, but it had never broken before. And it never broke again after that. It just went crazy in that one moment. Then the phone started buzzing. It rang 3 times, one after another, like a call coming in, and then another call. I didn't pick it up. I couldn't. I kept both hands on the wheel because the car was still fighting me. I remember the buzzes felt weird, not like a normal call. They were long, almost like a fax machine, but it was a phone. Then they stopped. As soon as I was through the last of the lights, whatever that means, the heavy feeling lifted. It didn't gradually ease. It just snapped off. The steering went normal. The tires sounded normal. My ears popped again. I pulled over onto the shoulder and sat there with my hands on the wheel. I was shaking, but not like scared, more like cold. I looked behind me. The road was black, no lights, nothing. I checked my phone. The clock still said 10:10. The call log showed 3 outgoing calls, all to my own number, all at 2:57 a.m. Each one was marked as a missed call. I never made those calls. My phone was in my hand the whole time. And there was no voicemail waiting either. I didn't want to stay there. I put the car in gear and drove the rest of the way to South Fork. I played the radio the whole way, too loud, and I did not look in the rearview mirror again until I was under the lights of the gas station. At the gas station, I filled up. I was still pretty wound up. I went inside to get coffee, and when I came back, I walked around the car just to check the tires. That's when I saw the license plate. It was covered in tiny pinpoint marks, like someone had taken a very sharp needle and pressed it into the plate over and over. Little dull dots, maybe a few dozen, mostly clustered toward the upper corner. They weren't scratches. They weren't paint chips. It looked like the metal had been hit with something focused, like a tiny laser. I rubbed my thumb over them. They were smooth. They went all the way through the paint. I checked the tires. Fine. Checked the rear window. Nothing. I stood there for a while and tried to tell myself it was just the reflection from the gas station lights. But the plate had never looked like that before, and it's still like that now. I didn't sleep that night, not because I was having a panic attack, more because every time I closed my eyes, I saw those rows of lights going out. At around 5:45, the sky started to lighten. I got in the car and drove back up Highway 160. I had to see the spot. It took me a few passes to find it. There's a long, straight stretch before a big left-hand curve. In my memory, the lights had started right around a reflector on the guardrail. I pulled over onto the shoulder and walked out onto the road. There was no traffic that early. The asphalt was still cold and wet with frost on the edges. I found them, not the lights. The lights were gone. But on the road, in a rough oval about the size of a car hood, the asphalt had all these dull spots. Each one was about the size of a pencil eraser. They were gray, slightly rough to the touch, like the top layer of the road had been singed or pitted. They didn't rub off. They were in the actual tar. I counted a few dozen. There were probably more. The marks on my license plate were the same. I'm not a mechanic, but I know what a burn looks like. These weren't burns. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes, trying to make up some explanation. Maybe it was a chemical spill. Maybe it was some kind of tractor trailer with a leaking load. But no chemical spill would make lights that disappear on camera and cause a car to feel heavy. And no chemical spill would put call history on my phone. Then I looked up at the trees on the north side of the road. In daylight, you can see through the pines pretty deep. There, maybe 100 feet off the road, between two trunks, in a shadowed gap that shouldn't have had any light in it, was a single point of light. It was small, like one of those flecks from the night before. It wasn't flickering, it wasn't moving. It was just floating in the air, absolutely still. It was bright enough to be visible even with the sun on the trees, but it didn't bleed or blink. I watched it for a long time, maybe 5 minutes or longer. It didn't go away. It didn't get bigger. I thought about walking toward it, but I couldn't make myself. Something inside me said don't. I don't know why. I just stood there, feeling my heartbeat in my ears, staring at that tiny light in the middle of the day. I finally got back in the car. When I pulled the door shut, I looked again. It was still there. I started the engine and pulled away. I watched it in the side mirror until the trees blocked it. It never moved. It was still there, as far as I know, sitting in that gap between the pines like it didn't have anywhere to be. I have not been back since. I still drive that road sometimes, but only in the middle of the day. And every time I pass that straight stretch, I slow down and I look at the tree line. I don't know what I'm hoping for. I mean, I've always been a pretty logical person. But there are some things you can't logic your way out of. Maybe you have to be there. I'm just glad I wasn't in that spot any longer than I was. Now, whenever someone asks me about the marks on my license plate, I say it's from a gravel truck, but it's not. And every now and then, late at night, I pick up my phone and open the call log, just to make sure those 3 calls are still there. They are. The times still read 2:57. My dashboard clock never did that again, but my phone still remembers. I hope no one ever has to drive through those lights, and if you do, don't look at your phone. Just keep going. Don't let it slow you down. Story 13. I'd been at that job for about 4 months at the time. The warehouse was huge, with a big parking lot out front and a loading dock in the back. There were light poles everywhere. Tall ones, maybe 30 feet high, with those bright orange sodium lights on top. They stayed on all night, even when nobody was around. That lot was never fully dark. It was the kind of place where you could see a raccoon from 100 yards away. That night started like any other. I came in for my shift at 10, took over from the day guy, did a quick walk around the building. The weather was cold and clear, no moon, just a bunch of stars and a low bank of clouds rolling in from the north. I didn't think much about it. I got in the guard shack, made some coffee, and started checking the cameras every now and then. The lot had 7 light poles in a row along the west side, spaced maybe 40 yards apart. I'm not sure why I remember the spacing so exact, but I do. I'll never look at a parking lot the same way again. Around 2:30 in the morning, I went out for my patrol. Usually, I carried a flashlight, but that night I didn't really need it because the lot was so bright. I was walking from the guard shack near the entrance toward the loading dock on the far side. That route takes you right along that row of poles. You pass under each one. I'd done that walk maybe 100 times. I was under the 3rd pole when I noticed the last pole in the row, the one near the loading dock, start to flicker. I didn't think much of it at first. The bulbs acted up sometimes. There was always some electrical issue or another. Then it dimmed, not like it was going out slowly, but like someone turned a dimmer switch down. It went from that bright orange glow to a dull, weak ember. Just like that. I kept walking, but I was watching it. Then the next pole down from it did the same thing. Flicker, dim, pause. The next pole after that did it too, and the next. That's when I stopped walking. I just stood there in the middle of the lot under the 3rd pole and watched the lights go out in a line toward me, one by one. Same pause between each, like a row of dominoes falling in slow motion. The far end of the lot got darker and darker. The pole closest to the loading dock was almost useless. The darkness was moving. At first, I tried to make it make sense. Maybe it was a breaker issue. Maybe the timer was failing. But breakers don't go out in a straight line. They don't travel through a parking lot at a steady pace. I've worked enough warehouses to know what a bad light looks like. And this wasn't that. The 6th pole dimmed, then the 5th, then the 4th. Every time one went dim, the air around me felt different. Not colder, heavier, like the pressure in the air was changing before the light even went out. I looked back at the guard shack for a second. I thought about going in, but my legs wouldn't move. I was focused on the next light, the one right above me. It flickered once. I heard the hum of the bulb drop in pitch, like it was struggling. Then it dimmed, just like the others. That orange glow faded until it was barely a coal at the top of the pole. I was standing in the dark under that pole. The only lights still on were the 1st and 2nd poles behind me, but I didn't even think about them. I don't know why I looked up. It was like something pulled my eyes up, and that's when I saw it. There was a glow in the clouds directly above me. Not a searchlight, not a plane. It was pale, wide, and kind of soft. Like someone had put a huge lamp up there, and the light was bleeding through a thick sheet. It wasn't sharp around the edges. It just sat there in the bottom of the cloud, maybe 100 feet above me, maybe higher. I couldn't tell. It was the same color as fog, but brighter in the middle. And with it came a sound, a low hum, not like electricity. It was deeper than that. It was the kind of hum you feel in your chest and your jaw more than you hear with your ears. It didn't seem to come from any direction. It was just everywhere, pressing around me. My ears felt like they needed to pop, like when you're in a plane and the cabin pressure changes. The hum got stronger, and the pressure got worse until it was hard to swallow. I didn't move. I couldn't. All I could do was stand there and look up at that glow, trying to understand what I was seeing. It wasn't moving. It wasn't blinking. It was just there, above me, like it had been waiting for me to look. Then it vanished. Not slowly, not like a light fading out. It was just gone. 1 second, it was in the cloud. The next second, there was only cloud. The hum stopped at the same instant. My ears popped. I actually heard the click inside my head. And then the light pole above me came back on. It didn't flicker back gradually. It snapped on, bright orange like a camera flash. The next pole down, the fourth one, came back on the same way, then the fifth, then the sixth, then the seventh, all the way at the loading dock. They came back in exactly the same order they had gone out, but in reverse, one after the other, at the same pace, until the whole lot was bright again. I looked up again. The clouds were still there. No glow, no hum, nothing. I stood there in the light for a long time. My hands were shaking. I pulled out my phone and just looked at the screen, not even knowing what I was going to do. I thought about calling my supervisor, but what would I say? That the parking lot lights dimmed on their own and something in the sky turned them off? It sounds even worse out loud, so I didn't call anyone. I finished the patrol. I walked the rest of the lot, checked the dock doors, checked the fence line. The lights stayed bright the whole time. The hum from the bulbs was normal. Everything looked exactly the way it had before the whole thing started. I went back to the guard shack and sat there the rest of the night. I drank my coffee and I stared at the wall. I didn't look outside. Whenever I heard a light buzz or a truck pass on the highway, I felt that pressure in my ears again. But it was nothing. When my shift ended at 6 in the morning, I walked out to my car. The light poles were still glowing, but the sky was starting to lighten. I kept my head down. I got in the car and drove home and didn't look up at the clouds once. That's the whole thing. I don't know what it was. I don't know if it was a craft or some kind of weird weather thing or something in my head. All I know is that I watched a row of high-powered lot lights dim, one after another in a perfect line, until the one above me finally went dark, and when I looked up, there was something pale and wide in the sky, humming and pressing on my ears. And then it was gone, and the lights came back like nothing happened. I still work nights, but at a different place. There's a row of lights in that parking lot too, and sometimes, if I walk too far away from the building and the lot starts to feel a little too quiet, I stop and look up, but I never see that glow again. I just keep walking, and I'm always aware of how exposed I feel standing under a light pole. Like the entire night is watching me from above, waiting. Maybe next time I won't look up, but I know I will. Story 14. I woke up at 4:08 a.m. I know that because I looked at my phone before I even looked outside. 4:08 in the morning, and the room was bright. Not normal bright. It was this pale white-gray light, almost like moonlight, but it wasn't from the moon. It was moving. The whole ceiling had this soft glow crawling across it. It moved like when light reflects off water, but there was no water anywhere. I sat up in bed, and my first thought was maybe someone was outside with a flashlight. But the light was too diffuse, too slow, too silent. I went to the window and opened the curtains. The rain was still going, but there was a circular glow hovering above the rooftops of the houses behind the complex. It wasn't some distant object. It was close, big, like a ball of light surrounded by haze, except you couldn't see edges to it. The fog around it was lit from the inside, like the light was coming out of the fog itself, and it made absolutely no sound. No engine, no hum, no wind. It just sat there, floating above the neighborhood, completely silent. I scanned the houses around me. Not one single light was on. Not a porch light, not a bedroom light. It was like the whole row of townhouses was asleep or dead. Only this glow was awake. I cracked the window. I needed air. The moment I did, the air that came in wasn't cold. It was warm, still, like a room that had been sealed all day. Outside, it was a wet February night, but the air coming through that crack felt like it was coming from another season. There was no smell to it, no breeze, just a pocket of warm, still air hanging around my window. That hit me harder than the light. I remember thinking, this is wrong. This is not how February works. I tried to record it with my phone. I used the camera and pointed it at the glow through the window. The screen froze. The whole phone froze. It wouldn't respond to taps. I pressed the power button. Nothing. I held it down. Nothing. The camera stayed open, frozen on whatever it was pointing at, and I couldn't close it. I had to just set the phone down on the bed. It finally worked again after everything was over. Then I saw something below. On the ground, between the townhouses, right in the shadow of the building. A shape. It was moving slowly. I couldn't tell if it was a person or an animal, because the light from the glow was directly above it. So everything below was in darkness. But it had the shape of a person. It walked from one side of my view to the other, slow, no hurry, and it didn't swing its arms. It just moved, like it was heading somewhere specific. It went behind a hedge, and I didn't see it come out. That was when the cats started acting strange. Both cats were upstairs with me. One had been on the bed. The other was in the hallway. When I looked away from the window, both of them were at the top of the stairs, staring down. Their ears were flat back. Their bodies were low. One of them was making this low, growling sound, the kind they only make when something is seriously wrong. I called their names, and neither looked at me. They kept staring down the stairs toward the front door. I've never seen them act like that before or since. That's when the humming started. It wasn't coming from outside. It was coming from somewhere inside the house, or maybe everywhere. It started as this low vibration in my chest, very faint. Then it spread. I felt it in my jaw, in my teeth. My ears were picking up something like a deep hum, but the vibration part was stronger than the sound. It was like standing next to a giant speaker with the gain set low. It didn't get louder, but it got more and more present. I stood there at the window, listening, feeling this hum press against my insides. And then I heard a thump from downstairs. Soft, muffled, like someone stepping on carpet with their bare foot. One footstep, not a knock, not a creak, not an animal. It was a step, the kind you hear when someone lands on a padded floor. It came from the living room area. I didn't know what to do. My first instinct was to stay still. I wasn't going to just go down there without something. I grabbed the heavy flashlight from my nightstand. Metal body, heavy, the kind that could hurt someone if you swung it. I held it in my hand and walked to the top of the stairs. The cats were still there, frozen. I stepped around them and looked down. The front door is directly at the bottom of the stairs. On the left is the living room, right is the kitchen. From the top, I could see the deadbolt on the front door. It was still engaged. The chain was on. I could see the light from the glow coming through the front window, throwing that same pale color over the living room floor. But there was nobody in the living room. The couch was empty. The kitchen was dark. I went down one step at a time, trying not to make any noise, flashlight in my hand, not turned on yet. I got to the bottom. The humming was still there, but I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It felt like it was all around me, like the house itself was vibrating. I checked the living room, empty. I checked the kitchen, empty. I checked the half bath, empty. I went to the front door and checked all 3 locks. They were all locked. I checked the sliding glass door in the back, locked. All the windows on the ground floor were closed and locked. There was no way anyone had walked into that house. And then the humming stopped. It didn't fade out. It just cut off. The silence was so sudden, it made my ears ring. I stood in the kitchen with the flashlight in my hand and just listened. Nothing. The rain was still hitting the windows, but it felt far away. I turned on the flashlight and searched every corner again. Closet, under the table, behind the couch. Nothing. Nobody. I went to the front window and looked out. The glow was still there, but it was lower now. It had moved closer to the rooftops. While I watched, it started to fade, like someone slowly turning down a dimmer switch. In about 30 seconds, it was gone. Just gone. The outside went back to normal dark. Cold air started coming down the stairs from the window I had opened earlier. I went back up and closed it. The cats were still at the top of the stairs, but now they were quiet. They just watched me. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat on the couch with the flashlight and a blanket, and they sat with me. It was one of the longest nights of my life. When morning came and the sun was up, I went upstairs to get dressed. I could see the upstairs hallway from the top of the stairs, and I stopped. There was a trail of muddy footprints on the beige carpet. Bare footprints. I could see heel prints, toe prints, the dark smudge of dirt that had dried into the carpet. They started at the top of the stairs and went down the hallway toward my bedroom. Every single one pointed in the same direction. They led to just outside my bedroom door, and then they stopped. There were no prints going back. No prints leading anywhere else. No prints going into the other rooms. No prints returning to the stairs. Just one line of bare human footprints on the upstairs carpet, ending like someone had been standing outside my door and disappeared. I didn't move at first. I stood there staring at the last print, which was maybe a foot away from my door. I remember thinking, if someone had been standing there, they would have had to come up the stairs. But there was no mud on the stairs. No mud in the living room, no mud on the first floor, no water. No wet footprints anywhere else in the house. How could that be? The doors were locked. The windows were locked. And the prints were bare feet. It made no sense. I called Arturo, the guy who does maintenance for the complex. He came over maybe an hour later. I told him something happened and asked if he could look at it. He checked the entire place with me. All the doors, all the windows. Nothing was open. Nothing was broken. Then I took him upstairs and showed him the footprints. He knelt down and looked at them for a long time. He touched one of them with his finger. It was still damp. He said, "There's no mud anywhere else. How is there mud up here?" I told him I didn't know. He just kept shaking his head. He said he'd never seen anything like it, and that there was no way someone got in. He couldn't explain it. Neither could I. Later that morning, I ran into my next-door neighbor outside. She mentioned that her dogs had gone crazy around 4 a.m., barking at the walls, jumping, wouldn't settle down. She said it wasn't normal. I asked what time, and she said right around 4, maybe a little after. I didn't tell her about the footprints. I didn't tell her about the light. I just said I thought I heard something too. She said the dog on the other side of them had also been barking. So it wasn't just one dog. It was all of them. What I still can't wrap my head around isn't the glow in the sky. It isn't the warm air in February, or the phone freezing, or the humming. It's those footprints. Human, bare feet. Oddly spaced, like the person was taking long, careful steps. They ended outside my bedroom. They didn't go back. There was no trail in the other direction. It's like someone came up the stairs, stood in the middle of the hallway, watched my bedroom door, and then just stopped existing. That thought has never left me. I stayed in that townhouse for the rest of my lease, but I was never comfortable again. I kept looking at the carpet in that hallway, checking for new prints. There were never any, but I still felt like something had been in my house that night. Not just the shape I saw outside, not just the footstep downstairs, something else. Something that stood outside my door and listened to me breathe. I don't have an explanation. I never will. I've told this to almost no one. It sounds too impossible, but I saw it. I touched the mud with my own finger. I know it happened. The glow, the hum, the prints, all of it. And every time I wake up in the middle of the night, even now, I find myself checking the time. If it's 4 in the morning, I hold my breath. I listen, and I wait for the cats to look at the door. They never do. But I always do. Story 15. I live in a rented house on the edge of a small village. It's the last house on the lane. Behind me, there's an overgrown garden, then a ditch, then a big empty field that hasn't been touched since I moved in. Past that, there's a line of old trees. The road in front just stops at my house and turns into a dirt path. It's the kind of quiet you don't get used to. Sometimes the silence is so heavy it feels like pressure in your ears. I should have known that night was different. I went to bed around 11. I remember because I looked at my phone before I put it down. The heating was off as usual. The bedroom gets cold at night, and I've learned to just deal with it. The window is old, single glazed, and on most winter mornings there's condensation all over the inside of the glass. It's one of those small things you don't notice until it isn't there. I woke up all at once. Not from a sound, not from a dream. I just woke up like someone had whispered my name from across the room. I was lying on my side facing away from the window. The room was completely dark. I lay there without moving and listened. Nothing. No wind, no cars, no animals. Just that thick quiet. Then I noticed the warmth. The air on that side of the room, near the window, was warm. Not just a little warmer. It felt like someone was standing there. Like body heat. The kind you feel when somebody gets too close to you in a crowd. My side of the bed was cold. My hands were cold. But the air by the curtains was soft and warm. I told myself it was an old pipe in the wall, but I knew the pipes weren't on that side. And no pipe makes the air feel like that. I didn't want to get up. I stared at the curtain for what felt like a couple of minutes, and the warmth didn't move. It just stayed there, waiting. Finally, I threw the covers off and got up. My feet hit the cold floor and I almost stopped, but I kept going. I walked to the window slowly. The closer I got, the warmer it felt. It wasn't a blast of heat, more like walking into a room where somebody left an electric heater on low. My face felt it first. then my chest and my arms. I reached back and turned on the lamp on the bedside table. The light came on, and the room was empty. Just me. The curtain was still, and the warm spot was still there. I pulled the curtain open with my left hand, just a bit. That's when I saw that the glass was completely dry. No fog, no condensation, not even on the bottom corners, where it always collected. It looked like the window had been wiped clean, and it wasn't cold to the touch. I held my hand a few inches away, and I could feel the warmth coming off the glass itself, like the whole pane was alive. I leaned closer and looked out. The darkness outside was flat. I don't know another way to say it. There was no garden, no field, no fence, no trees. Just blackness, pressing right up against the window like a wall. The moon wasn't out, and the sky was cloudy, but you should still see something. The roof of the shed, the silhouette of the hedge. There was nothing. It was like the world had just stopped at the glass, or like someone had put a black curtain over everything outside. And then I saw the shimmer. It was on the surface of the glass at the bottom right. It looked like heat haze, like the air above a road in summer. It was roundish, about the size of a dinner plate, and it made the darkness behind it wobble and blur. At first, I thought it was the reflection of the lamp on the wavy old glass, but it wasn't staying still. It moved, just a little, like something breathing. I stared at it for a long time. Every time I looked straight at it, it seemed to slip out of focus. But if I looked at the corner of the window, I could see it clearly, sitting there. I don't know why I raised my hand. Maybe I wanted to test it. I lifted my right hand slowly, palm facing the glass, and stopped about 6 inches from the pane. And the shimmer reacted. It didn't scatter or disappear. It moved. It slid across the window until it was right in front of my palm, just on the other side of the glass. I could feel the warmth on my hand, stronger now, and it wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from that spot. I moved my hand to the left. The shimmer followed. I moved it to the right. It followed again. It wasn't like looking at a reflection. My reflection was there, higher up, ghostly. This was something else. It was tracking my hand. It was aware of me. That awareness hit me in the chest, and I stopped moving. The shimmer stopped too. It sat there for a second, pulsing gently, like it was waiting for me. I pulled my hand back. The shimmer stayed for a moment, and then it drifted. Not a flicker, not a jump. It moved across the glass in a slow, smooth curve, went right past the wooden frame, and was gone. The warmth didn't go with it right away. It faded over maybe 20 seconds, like the heat a chair holds after someone gets up. I stepped back until my legs hit the bed, and I sat down hard. I pulled the curtain closed. I sat there with my back against the headboard, the lamp on, and I stared at the fabric. I didn't pull it open again that night. I just sat there. The silence came back, but I didn't trust it. When the sun started coming up, I finally knew I had made it through the night. The gray light came around the edges of the curtain, and I still didn't move. It was another hour before I got the courage to stand up. My legs were stiff and cold. I walked to the window, grabbed the curtain, and pulled it all the way open. The garden was back. The field was back. The trees, the sky, the frost on the grass. Everything looked normal. I put my hand against the glass, and it was cold. There was condensation at the bottom, like always. I pressed my palm against it and waited for something, some warmth, some movement. Nothing. It was just a window. Then I looked down at the strip of dirt under the window. That's where I had planted some bulbs in the fall. There was a patch of dead grass there, right below where the shimmer had been. It was maybe 3 feet long and the shape of a rough oval. The grass was brown and dry, flattened against the soil. The rest of the ground was covered in frost, but that patch wasn't. I went outside without putting shoes on. The ground stung my feet, but when I knelt and touched that patch, it wasn't frozen. The blades were brittle. They crumbled in my fingers like dry straw. The soil underneath was loose and warm. Not hot, just warm. Like something had been sitting there for a long time. I stayed there for a while, kneeling in the dirt, looking up at the window. It was just a window from outside, too. No shimmer, no heat. But not knowing if the patch had been there before made it worse. I wanted to believe I had just never noticed it. But I knew I would have noticed. It was right under the bedroom window, the one I look out of every morning. The rest of that day, I didn't do much. I made tea. I checked the window over and over. I took a photo of the dead grass with my phone, but it just looked like dead grass. I thought about calling somebody, but what would I say? There's a warm spot on my window, and it followed my hand. You don't call anyone with that. You just carry it around. I tried to convince myself it was a reflection, a trick of the lamp, old glass, an old house playing games. But the more I thought about it, the worse it got. The glass was dry. The darkness was flat. The shimmer moved when I moved. That's the part I couldn't get past. It reacted. It knew I was there. At around 5 in the evening, I locked every door and every window. I closed all the curtains, even in the rooms I never used. I turned on every light in the house and just sat in the kitchen, listening to the hum of the fridge, pretending I was normal. But I couldn't stop thinking about the window in the bedroom. When it got dark again, the feeling came back. It wasn't panic. It was worse. It was certainty. I knew something had been there, and I knew it hadn't gone far. I went to bed at around 10, not because I was tired, but because I didn't know what else to do. I left the lamp on. I got under the duvet and lay on my side, facing the window. The curtains were still closed. The room was cold. No warmth near the glass. But I couldn't stop staring at the curtain. My eyes were fixed on it. I was waiting for the fabric to move, to shimmer, to glow. It didn't. I don't know how long I lay there. A while. And the more I stared, the more I knew something was on the other side. Not visible, not audible, but there. The same presence from that morning. It was outside, right at the glass, looking in where the gap in the curtain let the light leak out. And it knew I was looking back. I couldn't bring myself to get up and close that tiny gap. I couldn't open the curtains. I just lay there, staring, my whole body tense. The lamp flickered once, probably the old wiring, maybe it was the wind. I didn't move. And that's where I am now. I'm in bed, the light is on, and I'm staring at the curtains. I'm certain something was right outside that window. I'm certain it watched me. I'm certain it was aware of me in that room. It didn't leave footprints. It didn't leave a sound. It left heat, a patch of dead grass, a memory of warmth on my hand, a thermal trace. That's all. And that's what I can't shake. Because a trace means it was real. It was there. And I have no idea if it's still out there, waiting for me to look away again. I'm still staring at the curtains. I haven't moved. I don't know what to do. Story 16. I've been trying to write this off for 2 weeks now, telling myself it was exhaustion, or a trick of the light, or that I just read the compass wrong. But I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I haven't told anyone this because they'd look at me like I was crazy, and honestly, I'm starting to think I might be. But I need to get it out. Maybe typing it up will make it feel less stuck in my head. It happened on a Tuesday. I remember that because I got off work late, and I was in a really bad mood. My boss had been riding me all day about some report that wasn't even due until next week. I just needed to get out of the house, so I grabbed my jacket and decided to hit the ridge trail. That's my usual spot. It's about a 40-minute drive from my place, out past the county line where the cell service drops off. It's a pretty popular trail during the day, but by the time I got there, the parking lot was empty. That wasn't unusual. There's never anyone there at dusk. I had my dad's old compass in my jacket pocket. I don't usually bring it. I mean, my phone has the maps and a GPS and everything. But my dad gave it to me years ago, before he passed, and I've gotten into the habit of grabbing it when I go out to the ridge. It's one of those heavy brass ones with a lid that clicks shut. It doesn't have a battery or anything, just a simple magnetized needle. The sun was already dipping low when I hit the trailhead. The sky was that weird orange-purple color you get right before it goes dark. The air was getting cold, that sharp kind of cold that stings your lungs a little when you breathe in. I was walking fast, trying to burn off the frustration from work. The trail is a steady climb for the first mile, mostly switchbacks over loose rock and exposed roots. I was wearing my old running shoes because I forgot to grab my boots, and I could feel every sharp stone through the soles. By the time I reached the first overlook, I was sweating despite the cold, and my heart was pounding. I sat on the edge of a big flat boulder for a while. I remember watching the lights start to come on in the valley below, way down there, like little orange pinpricks. I pulled out my phone just to check the time. It was exactly 8:03. I remember that specifically because I told myself I needed to start heading back down before it got fully dark. I switched my phone to Do Not Disturb and shoved it back in my pocket. The wind had been persistent the whole hike up, that steady blowing noise through the pine needles. But when I stood up to start walking again, I noticed it had cut off, just stopped. Not a gradual fade, but like someone had clamped a hand over the air. I remember thinking it was weird, but I just zipped up my jacket and kept going. The trail flattens out at the top and runs along the spine of the ridge. That's where I always pull out the compass. I don't know why, just a habit. I wanted to see what direction I was facing. I unclipped the lid and held it flat in my palm. The needle was going crazy, spinning slowly, wobbling, like it couldn't make up its mind. I shook it a little, thinking it was stuck. I tapped the glass. It kept drifting. Then it just settled, smooth and firm, on a bearing that pointed northwest. That was wrong. I knew that was wrong. The sun sets behind me to the west, and there's a specific ridge behind my hometown due south. I know where north is up there. It's back over my left shoulder, off toward the main highway. But the needle had locked onto a point that was well to the left of true north. I figured maybe there was some iron in the rock or something. The ridge is full of that red clay, so maybe. Then the quiet hit me. I mean, it was already quiet, but this was deeper. The kind of silence that presses on your eardrums. I couldn't hear the distant cars on the highway anymore. And up until that second, I hadn't realized I was hearing them. I couldn't hear the rustle of any animals. I couldn't hear my own footsteps. It was like the world had just stopped generating sound. I stood there for a moment, kind of frozen, just listening to the absence of noise. My breathing sounded ragged and loud. I could hear my own pulse thudding in my neck. I looked up from the compass, and that's when I saw the glow. It was ahead and to the right of me, just above the tree line, about 50 yards away. It was a soft, yellowish-white light, not like a flashlight or a headlamp. It didn't have a beam. It was just there, floating maybe 10 feet above the tips of the pine trees. It was about the size of a beach ball, and the edges were so sharp, so defined. It wasn't fading into the dark sky. It looked like a solid object made of light. My first thought was a drone, but it was dead silent and perfectly still, just hanging in the air. I didn't move. I just stared. I told myself it could be a reflection from the moon, but I knew the moon was on the other side of the sky. I watched it for what felt like a solid minute. Then curiosity got the better of me, or maybe just pure stupidity. I took a single step towards it. The light pulsed. It was a bright flash, a solid pulse, and then it went back to its steady glow. I stopped. It dimmed slightly. My blood went cold. I didn't want to believe it, but it was reacting to my movement. I took another step, a big one this time. It pulsed again, brighter this time. That's when the pressure started in my ears. It wasn't an ache, it was sharp, like needles poking right at the eardrum. It felt like I was descending in an airplane way too fast. I yawned to try and pop them, but nothing happened. It just kept building. My head started to throb. I took a step backward. The light pulsed. The pressure spiked harder. I was terrified, but I was also trying to rationalize it in my head. I thought, maybe it's a car headlight hitting some kind of gas pocket? No, that doesn't happen. There are no cars out here. Maybe it's a searchlight. There was no beam of light connecting it to anything. I don't know why I looked at my phone. I just felt the need to have something solid in my hands. I dragged it out of my pocket, and I swear on my life, the screen was warm. Not hot, but warm, like it had been sitting in direct sunlight. I pressed the button on the side to look at the time. It said 9:41. I froze. My brain couldn't process it. It was 8:03 when I left the overlook. I had only been walking for maybe 5 minutes. I had only been staring at this light for maybe 2 minutes. There was no way it was 9:15. I checked my step counter on the health app, and it said I had been active for 47 minutes. That was impossible. I looked up to show the light, to prove to myself it was real, to correlate it to the time jump. It was gone, not fading, not moving away. Gone. The spot above the trees was just empty, dark sky. The pressure in my ears vanished instantly. It was so sudden that I actually stumbled, dizzy, and caught myself on a nearby tree trunk. I looked back down at my phone. The screen was dimming. Then it just shut off. Dead. The battery was dead. I remembered looking at the time when I was on the trailhead, and it was around 90%. Now, it was drained completely. I looked at the compass, still in my other hand. The needle was spinning again. I watched it whirl around and around like a crazed animal. Then it snapped. It feels stupid to say, but I heard the needle hit the glass. It locked dead on the north marker. Not wobbling, not drifting. Just absolute perfect north. I stood there, holding the compass in one hand and a dead phone in the other, and I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. The silence was still there, pressing in on me. My ears were ringing, that high-pitched whine that happens after a loud noise. But there had been no noise. And then I realized what had happened. A compass needle is just a magnet reacting to the Earth's magnetic field. It points to a physical place on a map. For those last few minutes, that needle had been pointing at the light. Not at a geographic direction, but at an object hovering in the air. I could tilt the compass, and it would fight the physical level of my hand to center itself back on that exact spot. It was tracking the presence. It wasn't pointing north. It wasn't pointing northwest. It was pointing at Ita. I started running. I don't run. I never run, but I ran. I tripped over roots. I fell twice, scraping my palms and my knee. I didn't look up. I didn't look behind me. I just kept my head down and ran until my legs felt like rubber. The silence followed me for the first half mile. I could feel it, like a bubble trying to wrap itself around me. Then, like a switch had been flipped, the crickets started up. The wind started blowing again. The normal night sounds came rushing back so loudly that it almost deafened me. I didn't stop until I got to my car. I threw myself in, locked the doors, and sat there gasping for air. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the key into the ignition. I didn't drive home. I drove to the gas station at the edge of town and just sat in the parking lot under the fluorescent lights, watching other people pump gas. I didn't want to be alone. When I got home, I checked the compass. It worked fine. It spins and settles on north. No jitters. No weird drift. The phone. It wouldn't even turn on until I plugged it in for a solid hour, and when it finally did, my health app said I had walked 12 miles that night. The trail is a 4-mile loop. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. I know that pressure in my head wasn't a natural thing, and the compass, the magnetized needle, was tracking something that wasn't geographically there. Something that didn't register on any physical map. I've looked up the area since then. There are no magnetic anomalies listed there. There are no military bases. Nothing that could account for a compass needle deviating that hard. It had to be pointing at something. That's how physics works. A needle only points at a magnetic source. I don't know what it was. I don't want to know, but I know it was there. And I know that my compass, my father's simple old compass, saw it before I did. It was tracking it. And I can't shake the feeling that wherever that thing went, it didn't go far. It's just waiting. And what if I'm the one it was following? Because ever since that night, I can't trust a compass to point north anymore. I can't trust that it isn't pointing at something else again. Something that's still standing there, right behind me, waiting for me to look at it. Story 17. I've been going back and forth about writing this for a long time. I still don't know how to explain it, and I don't think I'm ever going to be able to. I used to photograph abandoned places, not in a spooky ghost hunter kind of way. I just like the history. Old farmhouses, empty schools, places people left behind. There was something real about documenting a space that had been forgotten. I'd go alone a lot. I never had any trouble. I never believed in anything paranormal. I still don't know what I believe now. This happened in late August, maybe 3 years ago. I'd been reading about an old drive-in theater outside Amarillo. It closed back in the 80s. The screen was still standing, along with the speaker poles and the ticket booth. Not many people went out there anymore. I had a day off, so I packed my camera and tripod and drove out. The drive took about 40 minutes from the edge of town. I remember passing through a stretch of highway with nothing on either side but dry grass and barbed wire. The sun was already going down when I turned off the paved road. The last little bit of the drive was dirt with cattle fences on both sides. My car kicked up so much dust that I had to roll the windows back up. It smelled like hard, dry earth. I got to the theater just before 10 at night. The sky was dark by then. but there was a half moon, enough to see outlines. There was a chain across the entrance, but it was loose. So I left my car on the shoulder and walked in on foot. I had my backpack, my flashlight, and my camera on the tripod. I remember the wind was blowing. It wasn't constant. It would gust for a few seconds and then stop completely. The kind of wind that makes you turn your head. The screen was huge. From the road, it looked like a billboard, but up close, it was massive. It was covered in rust stains and peeling paint. The metal frame creaked a little when the wind hit it. The lot was all cracked asphalt with weeds growing through. Speaker poles were still standing in rows, some leaning at bad angles. Off to the left, there was a ticket booth, but the door was gone. It was just a dark opening. I set up my tripod in the middle of the lot, about 40 or 50 feet from the screen. I didn't want to get too close. I wanted the whole structure in the frame. I used my flashlight to check the ground for broken glass. Then I took a couple of test shots. The moon was enough to light the screen a little, but not enough to make a good exposure. I planned to do long exposures. The shutter would be open for 30 seconds or more on each shot. You have to be patient with that kind of photography. The camera records everything the eye misses. That was actually the thing I liked about it. I started shooting. I took a few frames of the screen straight on. Then I moved a little to the side and took some with the speaker poles in the foreground. It was quiet. Not silent, but quiet. The wind was moving through the weeds. Something metallic was rattling in the distance. I tried to ignore it. I'm used to weird noises in abandoned places. You learn that old buildings make sounds, that wind does strange things. I don't know how long I was there. Maybe 20 minutes. I had a routine. Check the frame, press the shutter, wait for the exposure, check the frame again. I was doing that when I noticed something out of place. It was at the base of the screen. On the ground, right against the concrete slab. A pale, circular glow. At first, I thought it was moonlight, catching something, maybe a piece of glass or a metal panel. But it wasn't reflecting. It was glowing. And it was too bright to be a reflection. Here's the thing that got me. The glow only lit the ground directly around it. It didn't spread. It didn't reach the weeds next to it. It didn't illuminate the screen above it. It was just a circle of pale light sitting on the pavement, maybe 2 feet wide. The weeds around it were still in shadow. It was like the light didn't affect anything else. I stood there and stared at it for a while. I remember my mouth going dry. Then I heard the sound. It was low, really low, like something heavy being hit far away. Whump, whump, whump. It wasn't steady. It was slow, about every 2 seconds. I felt it in my chest more than I heard it with my ears. It made me feel wrong, like a pressure drop. I looked down at my tripod. The legs were vibrating, not shaking hard, but buzzing, like when you stand on a bridge and a truck passes underneath. The camera was trembling. I reached out and touched the tripod to make sure. It was real. The ground was moving with that hum. Whoomp, whoomp. I started to sweat. My shirt was sticking to my back. I did something that I still think about. Instead of running, I turned the camera toward the glow and took a picture. I didn't even look through the viewfinder. I just turned, pressed the shutter, and waited for the exposure to finish. The hum kept going. Whoomp, whoomp. Then the glow started moving. It didn't wobble. It didn't swing. It slid smoothly across the pavement, staying low to the ground, heading down the middle of the theater lot. Straight toward me. It moved like it was on a track. No bounce, no variation. I watched it cover maybe 40 feet without a single change in speed. At the same time, the screen changed. The huge white screen went from dark to a pale white. Not like a projector hitting it with light from below. The screen itself was glowing. It was solid white, like a television screen with no signal, but brighter. And it wasn't flickering. It was just there. I couldn't look at it directly for more than a second, but I couldn't look away either. The metal frame around the screen looked darker than the night around it. The glow on the ground kept moving toward me, and the screen kept burning white. That's when I saw the shapes. They were off to my right, near one of the speaker poles. At first, I thought they were poles, but they were too tall, and they were standing in a place where I remembered walking past when I came in. There was nothing there. I know that. I had walked right by that spot. There were 3 of them, maybe 2. It was hard to count because they were so thin. They were dark, darker than the sky, like voids, tall, thin shapes standing completely still. No heads, no arms, just vertical forms, about 7 or 8 feet tall. They didn't sway in the wind. They didn't move at all. And I got the feeling they were looking at me. Not with eyes. Just that horrible feeling you get when someone is watching you from across a room. Your neck tightens. Your hands stop working. The glowing circle was maybe 30 feet from me when it stopped. The hum stopped too, but the screen stayed white. The shapes stayed still. I could hear my own breathing. It was loud and shaky. I remember my legs were trembling. I don't remember deciding to run. I remember the next second I was on the ground, having hit my knee on something. I dropped my camera bag. I didn't care. I got up and ran. I didn't look back. I remember jumping over a chain and landing wrong. I almost fell again. I got to my car and started fumbling for my keys. My hands were shaking so bad I couldn't get the key into the door. When I finally got inside, I locked all the doors and sat there, gripping the steering wheel. The dashboard clock said 11:09. I remember seeing the number, 11:09. And I remember thinking that had to be wrong. I had gotten there just before 10. I had maybe set up the tripod, shot a few frames, and then watched that thing for what felt like 2 or 3 minutes. There was no way an hour had passed. No way. I looked at my watch. Same time. 11:09. I sat in the car for a long time. I tried to think if I had blacked out, but I didn't have a gap in my memory. I remembered everything from the moment I arrived to the moment I ran. Every step, every sound. But the clock said an hour had passed. So something in my memory was lying to me. Or time itself wasn't right. I drove home. I don't remember the drive. I remember the highway lights and my hands on the wheel, but it's all a blur. I got home and went straight to my computer. I didn't call anyone. I didn't write anything down. I wanted to look at the photos. I wanted them to show something normal. I loaded the files onto my computer. The first few were normal. Dark photographs of the screen, the ticket booth, the field. They were exactly what I had seen through the viewfinder. Then there was one of the glow. It was a bright white blob in the middle of the frame, surrounded by black. That must have been the shot I took when I pointed the camera without looking. I remember taking that one. After that, the next frames were blank. Not black. Blank white haze, like an entire frame of fog. Dozens of them. The metadata said they were all taken between 10:38 and 10:52. During the hour, I didn't remember. At first, I thought it was a camera malfunction, but a camera doesn't do that. If a shutter fails, the frame stays black. These were white, hazy. like the lens was covered by something that was glowing. And then I got to the photos that I absolutely, without a doubt, did not take. I know everybody says that. I know how it sounds. But you have to understand, I was the only person there. My camera was on a tripod the whole time. And the photos, after the white haze, they're not shot from eye height. They're not even shot from tripod height. They're from the ground. Like the camera was 6 inches above the pavement. They show the asphalt at a weird angle, out of focus, with a few weeds in the foreground. The white screen is in the background, but it's tilted. The camera was on its side. I never shoot like that. I would never put my camera on the ground. That lens was the most expensive thing I owned back then. There are several of those photos. In one, you can see the bottom of a speaker pole and the shadow of something stretched across the pavement. The shadow is thin and long, but there's nothing in the frame that could cast it. In another, it's all asphalt and a circle of pale light in the corner, the same glow. In the last one, the angle is different. It's pointed toward the screen, but at the top right corner, there's a shape. Not a person, too tall and too thin. It's just a dark, vertical shape against the white screen. Those photos were taken during the time I don't remember. They exist on the camera. The timestamps are there. But there's no part of me that could have taken them. It was like someone else, something else, was holding my camera, low over the pavement, pointing it where I couldn't see, taking photos I never saw, never set up, never would have taken in a million years. I've gone over those pictures more times than I can count. I've zoomed in on every pixel. I've shown no one. Not because I don't want to be judged, but because I don't know how to say it out loud. I have photos from a camera that I don't remember taking. It doesn't sound real. It can't be real. But it is. I still have them. I still open them sometimes. The white haze ones, the low-angle ones, they're the most clear thing that happened that night. And they're the most impossible. Because if I had just seen something strange and run away, I could tell myself it was a trick of the light. I could tell myself the shapes were fence posts, and the hum was the wind. But the photos are not a trick. They're from angles I never shot from. They're from a perspective I couldn't have made from where I was standing. They're proof that something else was there that night. Something that had my camera. Something that was low to the ground, moving around me while I was standing there, watching the glow. I haven't gone back to that place. I don't think I could. And I stopped photographing abandoned places after that. I sold that tripod. I kept the camera, but I barely use it. Every time I pick it up, I think about those frames. The ones I didn't take. I still have them. I still don't know who took them. I don't think I ever will. Story 18. I first heard the tools rattling from outside the hangar before I even unlocked the side door. That's the thing that gets me. I wasn't inside yet. And I knew that sound. I grew up around my dad's garage. I've worked in sheds and shops for years. That wasn't a rat or a draft. That was metal on metal, a quick little shake, like somebody had grabbed a handful of wrenches and given them a good rattle. But the hangar was supposed to be empty. I checked the schedule that morning. It was me, my dog Cricket, and nobody else. I should back up a bit. I do maintenance work for a small airfield, the kind of place that has more old storage buildings than actual planes now. Hangar 4 is the oldest one, the one they stopped using years ago because the doors stick and the roof leaks in the back corner. It's not on the main lot. You have to drive past a row of beat-up fuel drums and follow a gravel path that winds around a chain-link fence. Most days I don't even ask why they keep it. It's just my job to check the structure, make sure nothing's rusted out or falling down, and fix whatever needs fixing. That morning was normal. I remember the weather was cool, kind of gray, not a lot of wind. Cricket was with me because I bring him almost everywhere on light days. He's a border collie mix, 14 years old, and he usually jumps out of the truck before I even cut the engine. That day, he didn't. He sat on the passenger seat with his ears back, looking at me like he wasn't sure he wanted to go. I had to tug his leash a little to get him to hop down. I figured maybe he was feeling his age. I walked toward the side door of the hangar. It's a heavy gray metal door with a badge reader next to it that's older than I am. I stopped about 10 feet away when I heard the rattle. I froze. Cricket froze too. I looked around, but there was nobody. The nearest building was maybe 100 yards off. The sound was coming from inside. It wasn't constant. It would go for a second, stop, then go again, like a short burst. My keys were in my hand. I didn't want to unlock the door yet. I stood there and listened, trying to figure out if maybe a piece of the roof had come loose and something was tapping against a pipe. But no, it was too rhythmic, too deliberate. I made myself open the door. The lock clicked, and as soon as the door moved, the rattling stopped. Silence, just the hum of the air from a vent somewhere, and Cricket's nails clicking on the concrete as he crept in. The hangar's huge on the inside. It's one of those old open spaces, maybe 100 feet deep, with a high curved ceiling and a workbench along the left wall. At the far end is the big sliding door, the one that opens up for planes. It hasn't moved since before I started this job. There are no windows on the lower level, just those strips near the roof, so the lighting's dim and the corners stay shadowed. I walked over to the workbench, and I saw it. A few wrenches and a screwdriver sitting on the metal surface were vibrating. Not falling, not moving across the bench, just trembling in place. I could see it clearly. One wrench was an older one with a worn red handle. It was shaking so hard I could hear the sound it made against the metal top. I thought maybe one of the heavy machines nearby was running and causing a vibration, but I knew for a fact there was nothing running out here. The air compressors were in another building. I put my hand on the bench to feel if it was shaking. It wasn't. There was no vibration in the table, I swear, just the tools. Then I noticed something strange. Every time I took a step closer to the bench, the tools slowed down. I took one step forward, and they almost stopped. I took one step back, and they started buzzing again, more frantic. I did it twice. Step close, and they went still. Step away, and they rattled. It was like they were responding to me, like I was the one turning them off just by being near. Cricket wouldn't come past the door. He stood right at the threshold, tail low, making this pitiful little whine through his nose. He never does that. I've taken him into old barns, abandoned houses, all kinds of places. He's never once refused to follow me. I pulled out my phone to record what I was seeing. My phone wouldn't respond. It was on, but the screen was frozen on the lock screen, and the clock was stuck. I pressed the side button. Nothing pressed again. Nothing. I actually looked at it for almost a minute, and the time never changed. I didn't want to put it back in my pocket, so I held it in my hand. Then the radio turned on. There's an old transistor radio on the shelf above the workbench. I don't know if it was plugged in. I never use it. I don't even know if it works. But it came on by itself, just static at first. And then the static changed. It wasn't a voice exactly. It was breathing. Slow, deep, heavy breathing, like somebody was holding a microphone up to their mouth and standing a few feet away. I could hear the pause between breaths. It was too loud, too clear. I've heard static before. This was not static. I stood there, staring at the radio, and that's when the ruler moved. A metal ruler, the kind you use for measuring, slid sideways on the workbench. It wasn't knocked over. It just moved, smooth, like somebody picked it up and set it down 6 inches to the left. There was no sound, no tilt. It just slid. I backed up a step. That's when a screwdriver on the bench rolled toward me. Not like it fell. It rolled in a straight line, end over end, along the metal surface, and then it dropped off the edge onto the floor. It rolled a little further on the concrete and stopped. I looked down. The tip was pointing directly at the side door, the exit. I didn't want to be there anymore. I turned to grab Cricket's leash and go. But before I could move, the big hangar door at the far end groaned. That huge sliding door that I'd never seen move. The one that takes 2 men and a winch to budge. It sounded like someone on the other side was leaning against it, pushing it, straining. The metal panels made that deep, tired metal sound you hear when a big door is being forced. But it didn't move. I could see the seam from where I was. It didn't budge. It just groaned like it was waking up. And then, behind me, came a tap. On the concrete floor. Right behind me. Not under me. Behind me, like a knuckle or a foot, tapping 3 times. Tap, tap, tap. I spun around so fast I almost fell. There was nothing there, just the empty floor and the shadows under the workbench. Cricket let out a yelp and ran out the door. I was right behind him. I didn't even bother to be brave. I slammed the side door shut and pressed my badge against the reader. The reader stuck. Red light. I tried again. Red. I felt the panic rising, thinking I was going to be trapped out there with that thing. I pushed my badge harder against the plastic, and then it just released. Green light. The door opened. I stepped outside and stood there in the gravel, shaking. Cricket was already at the truck, scratching at the door. I looked back at the hangar. It looked completely empty. The windows were dark. The side door was shut. You could see anything moving through the little glass strip, but there was nothing. I stayed there maybe 5 minutes, just staring. Nothing else happened. I thought about telling my supervisor, but what was I supposed to say? That the tools were shaking? I almost talked myself into believing I imagined it. Except Cricket wouldn't come near that hangar again. I had to go back inside later that day to grab a ladder I'd left near the workbench, and I made him wait in the truck. He didn't even watch me go. He laid his head on the seat and closed his eyes. The rest of the day was normal. I did what I could, checked a few other buildings, and drove home. I live in Henderson, about 20 minutes away, in a little house with a kitchen that overlooks the driveway. I was still weirded out, but I tried to push it down. I told myself I'd been tired. Maybe the radio was picking up something. Maybe there was a gas pipe somewhere. You know the kind of stuff you tell yourself, so you don't feel crazy. Then I got home, and I saw it on my kitchen table. A socket. A chrome socket. The kind that goes on a ratchet wrench. I don't keep loose sockets on my kitchen table. I don't have any reason to have one in the house. I checked it. It was the same socket I'd seen on the workbench earlier, in that hangar. I could tell by the little scratch on the side, and the way the chrome was worn off one edge. And I knew. I hadn't touched it. I hadn't taken anything from the bench. I hadn't even gotten that close to the workbench after the ruler moved. But there it was. I stared at it for a long time. Cricket came into the kitchen, took one look at the table, and walked straight into my bedroom and hid under the bed. He didn't come out for the rest of the night. I stood there, watching the socket sit there. And then it vibrated, just like the wrenches. It moved on the wooden table, a few centimeters, making a small buzzing sound against the wood. It lasted probably 5 seconds. Then it stopped. It didn't slide anymore. It just stopped, sitting there. I didn't touch it. I don't know what made me say it, but I said out loud, "I'm leaving now." I walked out of the kitchen and into the living room. My phone was still frozen. It didn't start working again until late that night. I still have that socket. I don't know why I kept it. It sits in a drawer now, wrapped in a plastic bag. I've never put it on a table again, and I haven't touched a single tool since then without checking them first. 2 weeks later, I was standing near the workbench with a coworker, telling him I wanted to replace the bench top. He was from the older crew, and he'd worked this airfield back when the hangar was actually used. I pointed out the corner where the bench is, saying something about it being a weird spot. He didn't look at me. He just said, "Don't stand in it too long." I asked him what he meant. He shook his head and changed the subject. That was it. That was all he ever said. I didn't ask again. I don't know what was in that hangar. I don't know how that socket ended up on my kitchen table. I don't know why my phone froze or why the radio breathed. But I know I wasn't alone in there. And I know that if I ever hear that rattling again, I won't open the door. Story 19. I'm Aaron. I'm sitting in my living room right now under every light I own, typing this because I can't sleep. It's about 4 in the morning. I know how that sounds. I know this is going to read like one of those stories people tell just to get attention. But I don't care. I need to get it out of my head. It rained all day. Not a hard rain, just that steady, gray drizzle that makes everything damp and quiet. I got home around 9:30, made a sandwich, watched a documentary about deep-sea animals. Nothing unusual. I remember looking at the clock on the microwave at 10:50, thinking I should get some sleep. I checked the front door, brushed my teeth, turned off the lights, and got into bed. I was tired in that normal way, the kind where you close your eyes and you're gone in minutes. At 11:40 p.m., the power cut. Not a flicker, not a dimming. It just stopped. The streetlight outside my window went dark. The little red standby light on my TV went off. The refrigerator stopped humming. The room went from regular background noise to absolute silence in under a second. I didn't panic. I figured it was a transformer or a tree branch. That happens sometimes. I reached over to grab my phone off the nightstand. The screen lit up. Battery was at 64%. But there was no signal, not 0 bars. The signal icon was gone completely. I swiped down to open the control center, and it just said no service. I tried to call someone. The screen went green for a second, then it beeped and dropped. Like the entire network had gone dark with the lights. That was the first thing that made me sit up. I've been through power outages in this town for years, and the phone always keeps at least 1 bar. Not that night. I remember thinking, okay, something's actually wrong. I got out of bed and walked to the window. I pulled the curtain back, and the street was completely black. Not the normal kind of dark where your eyes adjust and you can still see shapes. This was like someone had put a lid over the whole neighborhood. No streetlights, no porch lights, no distant headlights. Just black. The only thing I could see was the outline of the roofs against the sky. And the sky was full of low, heavy clouds. You know that flat gray color clouds get at night when they're sitting close to the ground. It was like that. No moon, no stars, just a solid layer. Then I saw something move. At first I thought it was headlights from a car coming over a hill, because the glow was pale and soft. But it was too high. It was up in the clouds. No, not in the clouds. Behind the clouds. I could see the light through them, like a lamp behind a sheet. The glow was the size of my fist at arm's length, maybe a little bigger. It was oval but not perfectly shaped, sort of irregular, like the cloud density was bending it. It moved slowly from my left to my right. Smooth, steady, no jerky movements. It didn't blink, didn't flash, didn't change brightness. Just this pale white light, almost gray-white, drifting behind the clouds. And here's the part that still gets me. It didn't illuminate anything on the ground. The street stayed pitch black. The trees stayed invisible. There was no beam, no rays, no glow reaching down. It was like the light was completely separate from everything below it. I leaned closer to the window. I cupped my hands around my eyes to block out the reflection of the room. My breath fogged the glass. My heart was pounding, but I wasn't breathing. I just watched it move. It didn't seem to be affected by the clouds. It passed behind the thickest part of the cloud cover and didn't dim at all. It was as if the clouds weren't even there. But at the same time, the light didn't spill through. It stayed contained, like it was only lighting the layer right behind those clouds. I kept staring at the area around it, searching for anything, a shape, a silhouette, a darker mass. There was nothing. The clouds around the glow were completely empty. No stars, no gaps. Just a flat, dead gray that made my eyes water if I stared too long. The glow moved for maybe 30 seconds. I don't really know. Time felt stretched. It went from the left edge of my window to the right edge, then stopped. It hung there for a couple of seconds, completely still. Then it started to shrink. It contracted slowly. The edges pulled inward. I thought it was going to blink out fast, but it didn't. It got smaller and smaller, like a balloon deflating while keeping its shape, until it was just a tiny point, like a star. And then it was gone. The power came back immediately. The transformer outside made a loud clunk. The refrigerator kicked in with that click and hum. The streetlight buzzed and turned on. The TV made a little click, and I could suddenly hear everything. A car door somewhere, a neighbor's dog barking once, the hum of the central heating. My phone started buzzing in my hand. Signal bars were back. I had a bunch of notifications, all from before the outage. Texts, emails, social media. None from during. It was like those minutes didn't exist for the network. I stood at the window for a long time. My legs were weak. My phone was still buzzing, but I wasn't reading it. I was staring at the clouds, waiting for something else to happen. The clouds were still there, low and gray. The streetlight made everything look orange and normal. Everything was okay. Except I wasn't okay. I walked through the house and turned on every light. I checked the breaker box in the hallway. Everything was up. I went into the kitchen and looked at the microwave clock. It was blinking 12 o'clock, so I had to reset it. That little act, pressing the buttons to set the time, helped me feel normal for a second. But my hands were shaking too much. I kept hitting the wrong button. About half an hour later, I went out on the front porch. I don't know why. Maybe I wanted to prove to myself that the outside was normal. It was. The air was damp, and I could smell wet pavement. The clouds were still low, covering the whole sky. No moon. No stars. No glow. I stood there for maybe 10 minutes. Not a single car passed. The whole neighborhood was dead quiet, except for the normal hums and buzzes of a night that had switched back on. I saw lights in a couple of houses, but nobody else was outside. It felt like everyone was asleep, and I was the only person who had seen anything. I even thought about going to a neighbor's house. I got as far as the front door and put my hand on the doorknob. But then, I stopped. Because I couldn't come up with a single sentence that didn't make me sound insane. And if they hadn't seen anything, what were we supposed to do? Stand outside and stare at the sky together? I went back to the couch. Back inside, I noticed my ears were ringing. Not loud, just that faint, high-pitched tone you hear in a completely silent room. But the room wasn't silent. The refrigerator was humming, the house was ticking, the neighbor's AC unit was running. The ring was still there, underneath everything. It's still there right now as I'm typing this. I keep going through every explanation. A plane? No. Planes have blinking lights and fly in straight lines. This was a single continuous glow that drifted and stopped. A helicopter? Way too quiet. A searchlight from a police or rescue helicopter? There was no beam. A meteor? It lasted too long and didn't move like that. Some kind of weather phenomenon? Maybe. But weather doesn't knock out my phone signal. Weather doesn't make the power return the exact second the light disappears. There's no connection between a glow in the sky and the electrical grid of a small town. There shouldn't be. And then there's the feeling I can't shake. It was behind the clouds. Not in them. Behind them. I don't know how big it was. If it was just behind the cloud layer, it could have been the size of a car. If it was further up, it could have been enormous. But I knew, even in that moment, that it wasn't meant to be seen from the ground. It was there, doing whatever it was doing, and the only reason I saw it was because the clouds were a little thin at that one spot. And as soon as I saw it, it left. Like it knew. Maybe that's the part that's still keeping me awake, not the light itself. The idea that something was up there, bright enough to be visible through the clouds, and it didn't want to be seen. And the power outage and the lost signal were just side effects. Like it was operating in a way we don't understand, and we caught a glimpse because our eyes happened to be looking up at that exact second. I'm not going to say it was aliens. I'm not going to say it was a ghost. I don't have an explanation. But at 11:40 p.m., the power went out. I looked outside. There was a faint glow moving behind the low clouds. A soft, pale light. It didn't illuminate anything on the ground. The clouds around it were empty of stars. The glow drifted, then slowly contracted and faded. As it disappeared, the power returned, and all the normal sounds came back with it. And I've been sitting here ever since, with every light on, thinking about it. It's still out there tonight. The clouds are still there. And I can't help but wonder if it's still up there. Waiting. Not waiting for me, maybe. Just waiting. But I saw it. And I don't think I'll ever forget that it saw me too. Story 20, I still get a weird feeling in my chest when I see birds flying in a straight line. I know that sounds stupid, but it started with birds, and by the end of that morning, I didn't trust the air around me. I was a security guard at a small private airfield, the kind of place that's basically a few hangars, a runway, and a whole lot of dead grass. My shift started at 10 at night and ended at 6 in the morning, but that day we were held over for a few hours because the day guard called in sick. Me and my dog Rue, and my work partner Dario Bell. We were stuck in the monitor room until at least 9. I didn't think anything of it at the time. The monitor room was cramped. 9 old screens stuffed into a metal desk, a coffee maker on a filing cabinet, and a little fan that never blew in the right direction. Rue had her bed under the desk. She was a mutt, black and brown, with these big ears that picked up everything. She'd been with me for 6 years, and she knew the shift rhythm better than I did. She'd sleep until about 5, then get up and wait for the morning walk around the perimeter. At 6:18 in the morning, I was pouring my 3rd cup of coffee when I caught something on camera 12. Camera 12 was the one that faced the east fence line, just past the last hangar. Hangar 19. Nobody used it. The door rollers were rusted, paint peeling, and the grass had grown so high in front of it that the bottom of the door was covered, but the fence line was clear, and on clear mornings birds would cross from the fields into the trees behind the hangar. It was a normal thing. You'd see flocks of starlings moving across the screen like a cloud of static. That morning, I saw a flock heading east. Big one, maybe 300 birds. They were flying in that loose, chaotic formation starlings do, like a cloud that kept changing shape. Then, all of a sudden, they didn't. Every single bird made the same sharp turn at the exact same spot. Not a gradual curve, not like they'd seen something and peeled off. It was like they hit a wall. The whole flock split into two streams, went around a space maybe the size of a car, and then came back together on the other side, as if nothing had happened. But there was nothing there. No wires, no fence post, no tree, just sky and grass and a gravel road. I put my coffee down and leaned into the screen. I rewound the footage. Same thing. Every bird moved in perfect sync at that one point. It was like watching water hit a rock. Dario noticed me staring and came over. He was a big guy, always calm, never in a hurry. He watched the replay twice. Then he said, "That's not right." I agreed. I told him maybe it was some kind of pressure change, maybe heat from the ground. But it was early October, cold, and there was no sun on that side yet. The air looked totally still. Dario said he'd go check it out. I told him it was probably nothing. He said he didn't like the way the birds moved. He grabbed his flashlight and his radio and headed out the door. Rue lifted her head and watched him go. She usually got up and followed him whenever he left the room. That morning, she didn't move. She just stared at the door with her ears back. That was the first thing that made my skin prickle. I turned back to the monitors. I watched Dario on camera 14 as he walked down the service road toward Hangar 19. He walked slow, not like he was scared, more like he was reading something. The flock was gone by then, so the sky was empty. He stopped about 40 feet short of the spot where the birds had split. He stood there for a while. Then he took a step forward. That's when I noticed something weird on camera 12. The air above the gravel road looked wrong. I don't know how else to put it. It was like a patch of the video had been edited out, not blacked out, not static. It was clear, too clear, like you were looking through a clean piece of glass that had no reflection. It was a vertical oval as tall as a person, maybe twice as tall. The grass on the other side showed through just fine, but the light in that shape was different. It didn't flicker like the rest of the image. It was sharp and flat, like the world inside it had been paused. I keyed my radio to tell Dario. He didn't answer. I looked back at camera 14, and he was still standing there. But now his hand was outstretched, like he was testing the air in front of him. He held it there for a few seconds. Then he pulled it back and just stood still, not backing away, not running, just standing. That's when another flock of birds came into view on camera 12. Smaller, maybe 50 of them. They came from the same direction, heading straight for the same spot. And as they got closer, my breath caught. Because I could see it. Plain as day. The birds curved around the oval. They didn't fly through it. They made a clean circle around that vertical shape in the air, and continued on the other side. I saw the shape. I actually saw it. A vertical oval of clear air, like a hole in the world that didn't show up except for the way things bent around it. I reached for the camera controls, trying to switch to a different angle. Camera 15. Camera 16. The screens flickered. I tried again. Nothing. All three cameras that covered the area around Hangar 19 were showing the same frozen frame. Not a normal freeze. The timestamp on camera 12 had stopped at 6:41. The birds were in mid-flap, frozen in place. The grass was still. The gravel road looked like a photograph. I remember saying something like, "Calm on," and hitting the keyboard. Rue got up. She stood beside me and let out a low growl, the kind she only used for coyotes at the fence. Then she stopped and pointed her nose at the door, not barking, just shaking. The room pressure changed. I know that sounds like something that happens in movies, but it's real. It was like someone had opened a door and let all the air drain out of the room. My ears popped hard. For a split second, I couldn't hear the hum of the monitors or the buzz of the fluorescent light. There was just silence, and then the lights flickered once, twice, and came back. And then the radio said, "Clear the sector." It came over the desk speaker, clear as a bell. Not Dario's voice. Not dispatch. Not any of the other guards. It was a flat voice, no emotion, like someone reading from a card. There was no static, no call sign, just those 3 words. I grabbed the mic and keyed it. Who said that? I waited. Nothing. I keyed it again. Security to anyone. Do you copy? Nothing. I tried calling Dario by name. No answer. I looked at the frozen screen. The oval was still there, right in the middle of the frame. It looked more defined now, like someone had traced its edges in the air. I couldn't look away. My eyes were watering from staring so hard, but I couldn't blink. Rue let out this long whine and pressed her body against my leg. Her whole body was trembling. I put my hand on her back, and her fur was standing up. Then the screens came back, all of them at once. The image on camera 12 was normal. Empty sky. Empty gravel road. No birds. No oval. The grass was moving in the wind. The timestamp jumped forward to 6:43. The cameras didn't show any fault. It was like nothing had ever happened. I looked for Dario. Camera 14 showed him walking back toward the building. He wasn't running. He was walking with his head down, arms stiff at his sides. His pace was too fast. His body language said he was trying not to run. I went to the door and opened it. He was already at the bottom of the steps. He looked up at me, and his face was pale. I've seen people go pale before. This was different. It was like all the blood had left his face, and his lips were almost white. He didn't say anything when he came inside. He just stood there, breathing through his mouth. I asked him what happened. He took a long time to answer. Then he said, "It got dry. The air got dry." I said, "What do you mean?" He said, "You know when you open a walk-in freezer and the air hits your face? It was like that, but it wasn't cold. It was just dry, like every bit of moisture came out of the air. I could feel it in my nose and my throat." I asked him if he saw anything. He said no. But then he said, "I heard wings." And he said it in a way that made my stomach drop. Not like he was describing a bird, more like he was trying to make sense of a sound he couldn't get out of his head. He said it sounded like 1,000 wings beating all at once, like a flock so big it should have blocked out the sun. But when he looked up, there was nothing. The sound was there, right above him, and then it stopped. He said it didn't fade. It just cut out like someone had turned it off. I told him about the radio, about the voice. He didn't look surprised. He pulled out his handheld radio and held it up. The screen was dead. The battery was dead. It was fully charged at the start of our shift, and we'd only used it twice. He said, "It died when I got close to it." I wanted to ask more, but he didn't want to talk. He sat down in the chair, put his head in his hands, and didn't move for a long time. Rue went over to him and sniffed his leg, then backed away. She didn't growl, but she didn't stay near him either. She came back to my side and kept staring at the door. I pulled up the saved footage on the DVR. The archive from the morning was still there. I scrolled back to 6:18, to the first time I saw the bird split. It played exactly as I remembered. Then I skipped forward to 6:41, right before the cameras froze. The oval was there. It was faint, but it was there. You could see a slight shimmer around the edges, like heat off asphalt, but the air around it was clear. The birds were curving around it. You could see every single bird making that same turn. It was the clearest thing on the screen. Then, the footage went black for about 2 seconds. Not a glitch. It was actual black. Then it came back to a normal image. No oval. No birds. No Dario. The timestamp jumped ahead by 4 minutes. It missed the moment entirely. I checked the audio track on the recording. There was no voice. The moment before the blackout, there was a low hum that I did not hear with my own ears. It lasted 9 seconds and then cut out. The voice saying clear the sector did not appear in the recording. But I heard it. I know I heard it. Dario said he heard it too. Through his radio. His dead radio. We didn't say much after that. We wrote in the log. I don't remember what I wrote. Something about a camera glitch. Dario didn't write anything. He just stared at the monitor until the day supervisor came in around 8. The supervisor walked in, looked at us, and didn't ask questions. I tried to explain about the cameras, about the birds, about the voice. He held up his hand and said, "You don't need to talk about it." He said we could leave. He said he'd handle the paperwork. I didn't argue. I grabbed Rue and my keys. Dario did the same. We walked out to the parking lot together. The sun was up by then, light coming over the trees. It was a normal morning. The sky was clear, and it was cold, and the grass was wet with dew. And I still couldn't shake the feeling that the air itself was wrong. Like something had left a stain that I couldn't see. Rue wouldn't get in the car. She stood in the gravel, staring back at Hangar 19. Her whole body was stiff, and she was shaking. I called her name twice before she turned around. She jumped in the car and sat in the front seat, not her usual spot in the back. She didn't lie down. She just sat there with her ears up, looking at me. I drove Dario home. We didn't talk. He got out of the car at the curb and stood there for a few seconds, then leaned into the passenger window and said, "Whatever it was, I don't want to see it again." That was the last time we talked about it. All of it happened that morning. By noon, Dario had put in for a transfer. By the evening, I had too. The supervisor signed both requests without asking a single question. I still don't know what that shape was. I don't know why the birds avoided it. I don't know whose voice came over the radio or where it came from. But I know one thing for certain. When I got home that day, I parked in the driveway and sat in the car with Rue for about 10 minutes. I couldn't make myself get out. I just sat there listening to the silence and thinking about that vertical oval of clear air and about how easy it is for something to be standing right in front of you and still not be seen. That was the last time I set foot on that airfield. I changed jobs. I moved. And Rue never looked at an empty sky the same way again. Neither do I.